语声测试，语声测试，有没有听到？语声测试，语声测试，测试测试，英文翻译测试。 Excuse me. Later. Thank you.
Should I put it on now? Now?
No.
No. Okay.
Good. Can you test the?
Oh, sorry. Yes, of course. May I swiftly attain the unified state of great Vajradhara for the purpose of all sentient beings, extensive as space. Think that for this purpose you will receive the empowerment and blessings of the Chaitanya, the Lord of Yogis, Milarepa Empowerment. Thus listen with the pure intention of bodhicitta. Is it okay?
Can you put here?
This side, this side.
Okay.
Doesn't matter?
Higher.
Like this?
Yeah. Thank you.
Speak again.
Yeah.
If with a devoted heart I supplicate you, the great Chaitanya Milarepa, may the blessings of me and all other beings, and may I swiftly become realized and liberated. May I swiftly attain the unified state of great Vajradhara for the purpose of all sentient beings, extensive as space. Think that for this purpose you will receive the empowerment.
Thank you.
It's okay?
Thank you.
So this is what Rinpoche will give teaching on today?
Yes, and tomorrow.
The whole
so
book.
Do you have the English?
That's why I'm wondering. Probably not in.
There's one line missing.
There's one. Which one?
This one. 26. Page 26. Here, the first line.
I mean, like the topic or
Yes.
something. Oh, okay. So.
Do you want to write down?
But not in here, probably. Maybe. Wait a minute. But it probably comes later, right?
Yes.
I'll write it down later. I'll get it from you. Probably we start with this only in the afternoon, right?
Yes.
So maybe I can translate a few into English in the lunch break.
Yes.
So do you think he will go one by one, or kind of pick some of them?
I don't know what material.
You never know, right?
都会影响到传播的速度跟品质。那我们来这里除了要自利，也要利他，所以我们要记得关机，以免影响到境外其他法友文法。第二点就是这一次我们不管是在佛堂里面，或者是在外头，我们都是敬语。修的闭关，尽量减少身语外显的行为，尽量摄持之心。所以我们即使除了佛堂当然敬语之外，在外头即使我们吃饭的时候，也请尽量不要交谈，必要的交谈请放低音量，因为我们这里是一个山谷。那如果大家一起讲话的话，山谷会回荡的人声，这样就很不像是一个极尽禅修闭关的。这一点请大家我们保持觉性，尽量互相配合。 第三点就是我们这次会有一个弥勒日巴道歌的法本，跟一个灌顶使用的单张的法本。如果您还没拿到，请就地举手，我们义工法友会帮您补上，请举手。总共有2样，一样是道歌法本，另外一个是早上灌顶使用的单张法本。后面那里。仁波切也提醒，当仁波切上法座跟下法座的时候，我们不再像过去那样站起来恭迎跟站起来恭送，我们就在心里默默的恭迎仁波切、恭送仁波切就好了。尽量保持安住，除非您是要起身上洗手间，或者是有必要的公务，请尽量就保持在座位上。不必仁波切来就忽然轰的站起来，然后仁波切要下法座的时候，我们就当手忙脚乱的站起来，都不用这样子，尽量的减少身语外显的行为，谢谢。我们在心中禅修仁波切提醒我们做的禅修观护字。我们的法会将在10点开始，在10点开始之前，即使仁波切已经上法座了，我们都保持各自的观修。观修仁波切提醒我们观修的护字，安住在自心观修护字。那仁波切会在10点才开始这一座的灌顶，谢谢。
Oh, tiene costa de
Mungkin benar. Kan jopo-jopo sih.
기본으로 참석했던 것들이 다른 가지 우리가 필요하게 하실 아이 가족성 것도 같이 모여봐 나머지 것도 같이 모여봐 같이 되고 비무라고 치아에 이렇게
大家都已经来了，非常的谢谢，而且在这么早的时间能够准时抵达，特别是从对佛法有信心，觉得这个佛法非常重要。
Therefore, the benefit is even greater. And for that, I would like to thank you very much.
네, 일단 또한 이렇게 보고 나고 사기로 소름 나서 도가를 사실 하나쯤 안될 것은 거래 이런 식의 함께 사기 도박을 제발 요마레스 예람은 예람 이체관이 이 관계 기와 남아서도 장본이 거래 시합 경쟁 정신을 이거다 동시도가 우리시도가 착한 거가 시합 재정보가 안될 것은
后主吉天颂公曾经说过，在佛法当中有3种到四谛，分别是别解脱的道、菩萨圣的道以及密咒金刚圣的道。他指出，所有的道都是拥有着同样的目标的，就是要证得佛果。所以大家的差别只是一条是长远的道路，一条是较近的道路，一条是捷径而已。从要证得佛果这一点完全都是一样的。肯定是因为过去大家在熏修珍贵菩提心的时候，在智慧的程度上有浅中深的差别，所以才会有对于佛法的片面了悟、进一步的了悟跟圆满的了悟的差距。
And so in order to attain the state of enlightenment, it is necessary that we attain a state of freedom. And that is really the actual purpose of the empowerment. We attain a state of freedom. And it is said the difference between the sutras and the tantras is the empowerment. And so how can we understand the empowerment for people who are just like myself, who do not have much learning, but who are very devoted to the Dharma? The empowerment means to attain the freedom of liberation, and that is unlike the worldly freedom. The worldly freedom actually is not a real freedom. Actually, we are still real freedom comes from the freedom of the mind. So it is important to clearly discern between the qualities and the faults of having freedom and lacking freedom. And so in order to attain freedom, therefore, we need to become free from self-grasping, because for as long as there is self-grasping, there will be the 6 afflictions, and we will engage in action, accumulate karma, and that will ripen in future lives. So in their lives, many people experience various different forms of happiness and suffering, and that is all the result of their previous actions, because they were controlled by afflictions, engaged in action, accumulated karma, and as a result they now experience suffering. And some have given rise to love and compassion, and as a result of that they experience happiness in their life. So it is said, if you wish to know what you did in the past, look at your present body. So all the happiness and the suffering you are experiencing now in this lifetime is the result of actions committed in previous lives. So it is very important to understand this.
小学老师吧，他们这学校在差不多的，什么的，这方面说当地的什么的，这个在哪里说你们不知道什么，农业嘛，当地的东西，当地的东西是有，饮水的产业，那个我说，饮水的发展方面到了的，因为不仅当地大浪往说的，当地全部浪往的，饮水的高，这大浪往说不要的，饮水老卡车的了。浪往这到浪往开出来就是，饮水的高这些呢，没有方面的我们，这是没这个火烧了，火烧这样我们就是他这样子的了。我第一样，我第一样什么就有人这样子嘛，这个啦，那个老呀，身体他们也是，也话他们就不是也话开的多，你就开的，也话我们也不叫过的是，就开的，这上班的经济路过的是，就农业开的。农业比较什么方面的事，老大去农业包括他包括的事，农业越开的是让你查到的事，咱们农业这越这个咱们从方法上操作的事，因为大家都可以谈一些的吧，或者让学吧也是，忙我都可以这个帮学吧的这个行业呢，非常这个越同的让我们打手，这可能全部同的，能全部让我们这个，甚至让我们。
According to the Buddha's teachings, in order to attain freedom, we need to understand the causes. That is, we need to understand karma, cause and effect. So, for example, what is your happiness in this life? Think of something that makes you happy. Then that has a cause. And the cause of that is any action that you have committed in previous lives with a mind of love and compassion. For example, actions of generosity, ethical discipline, and so forth. As a result of having practiced generosity, for example, you will be rich, or as a result of having practiced ethical discipline, you have a precious human body. And as a result of having practiced patience, you have a long life, harmonious companions, and a beautiful appearance. So all of these are the results of actions that come from a mind of love and compassion. And think about your suffering circumstances in this life, for example, warfare, fighting, death, and so forth. All of these arise from actions committed with hatred and jealousy, and they ultimately arise from self-grasping. In the 37 Bodhisattva practices, it says, all suffering without exceptions comes from wishing for one's own happiness. So the altruistic mind is really the essence. This is from the essence of all the Buddhas, and the 6 paramitas are complete within the altruistic mind. So in order to attain freedom, we need to become free from self-grasping, and the way to do that is to cultivate an altruistic mind, and in this way the mind attains freedom. And the greater the altruistic mind, the greater the freedom of the mind. For example, when you possess an altruistic mind and you get angry at someone, immediately you will be able to recognize that anger and will not be controlled by it, but you recognize its fault. And then you will be able to let go of it. And then as a result, no suffering will ripen in future lives. In Buddhism, we make the prayer, may all sentient beings have happiness. So what is happiness? It has a cause, and the cause of happiness is love and compassion. And also suffering has a cause. It is important to recognize the causes and not trying to avoid the results, but rather trying to avoid the causes. All the suffering in this world is ultimately caused by hatred and jealousy. So if you understand that, then you will be able to tolerate your suffering now in this life, knowing that it is the result of your own actions, and in the future you will know how to abandon more causes of suffering, and this is how you will ultimately attain freedom. So in Buddhism, we attain freedom on the basis of understanding the causes. And we understand that the causes lie ultimately within the mind. So any outer external freedom actually really has no essence. The real essence of freedom is within the mind.
有个地方啊，你他街都没看到，让我满意吧。你去的地方哦，上头的身体，让女的上头成功了，你上头身体就要吃了，不能干完没吧？那么这个真正的，那个上头的地方，他都长期跑的，干完没吧？这下不是一起去把，有的一起去把呢。你上头成功的地方，他都给你，推进一个方面的商业经济呢。因为你去过这个大100个东西，他都是多大问题，长期是100个东西，这20个以上，这是主家啥说，你说的你们哪里把这大我们说，还是有的呢，我说那么，不然的，大是这本来的话，那是大是把人家，这个是把人叫经济学的意思。反正叫我们经济学，那经济什么这个，像叫我这个这他们都，不容易接吧？就法国人他叫我们经济学，他们都话看的，或叫我们叫我们哪里去？要是那地哪来的去？或哈的，就要是那地哪来的去？哪来的？是吧？讲，那赤道的也是，那就赤道的也是。那他你把人叫我说的，看不门长是个这个嘛？那人家去打仗呀，你碰到你搞这种看完整的，甚至活动这个堂，如果这个老的这个老公家庭的这个哪里话的，清楚话的这个说，什么是那些呢？那个地方一起接的话，一个过去的话，这个没出去家是。这些到了，这些地方，本来不光对有这个地方是容易的，会不泄露，也不泄露，一个都可以引起。
And so once we have entered the Buddha's teachings, what is most important is to cultivate a mind of devotion, of faith. And there is 3 types of faith. First, there is the clear faith, and that is to clearly understand the qualities of the 3 jewels, and to know that the 3 jewels are our trustworthy protection, temporarily and ultimately. Then there is second the longing faith, and that is to long for the liberation from suffering, but not only for oneself, but actually for all other beings as well. And then there is the trusting faith, and that is mainly the trust in karma, and that is if one has cultivated bodhicitta and always remains inseparable from bodhicitta, it will lead to the birth of gods and humans in the higher realms temporarily, and ultimately enlightenment. So to fully trust in that, to have full faith in that, that is the trusting faith. And so then, once you have cultivated a great compassion of bodhicitta, as a result of that, you will naturally realize the ultimate truth, and that is to realize that self and others do not exist. Buddhas and sentient beings are not dual, and that is called the non-dual primordial wisdom, or the kingdom of the Dharmakaya. And so who has attained that kingdom? Milarepa has attained that kingdom, and Milarepa is the guru that is considered very precious throughout all the Kagyu lineages. For example, one time when Milarepa was staying in Nepal, the Nepali king invited Milarepa for a visit, and the ministers came to invite Milarepa, but Milarepa declined and said, "I'm not going." And the ministers then scolded him and said, "You're just a beggar, and the king of Nepal invites you. How come you don't go?" And Milarepa replied, "He's not the real king. I'm actually the real king, because I have attained the kingdom of the Dharma." So at this time they would not understand, but now we can see that even the name of the king of Nepal, nobody knows it anymore at the present day. But Milarepa really has attained the kingdom. The Milarepa has manifested many emanations of Sambhogakaya and Nirmanakaya, and has brought about the benefit of sentient beings extensively. And whoever hears his name, even nowadays, can give rise to great faith and devotion, trust. So these are the qualities of the kingdom of the Dharma, and this is what Milarepa had attained. So today we will receive the Milarepa Empowerment, and we begin the empowerment with the historical account of Milarepa.
广大的立身事业，所以我们说他拥有究竟的法身的王身。因此，任何对他具有信心者，都能够经由对他的祈祷而产生更大利他的事业。我们要传的就是这位尊者他的观点。接下来将会跟大家说明法门的介绍，由翻译直接念诵。
人民变得更新的国防科的国防技术，到了这各位今年，参加去上第一届做保证保障，做保证保障，那时候当时我参加的是那么是挺可观的，老参加的我的话也爬屋的当中的王守马六啊同学。남성나코나를비면그거고방그거연락해서받아다 연락 나가 세 번째 가 하우리 동서 진이게 뭐가 그래서 남에 이제 준치고 뭐라고 봤니 정말 남아 이제 뭘 아까지 봐도 이거 양이 이제 좀 가서 팔을 맞추고 몸을 쳤어요. 놀기 그래. 놀기 그 남의 그때 그 토부도 같이 좀 이거 설이 용서 취당 대답을 하라. 하여제 비hin 나로 왔다고 니마다 나왔다고 하여 차를 봐. 당 지가 와상지 所以讲，最美的好的那会，请大本人呐，用着，感情，感觉个特讲究，还有个特，有个特差劲的道理，就是那些话常见的有空，就是话上一些小人后门就话上后说了的吧，我常见就话对于人的通怎么落实上。피라는 강의를 쏘아 봤다. 쏘아 배봐도 그래도 아 이렇게 강의 그것도 쏘아 이제 쏘아 시에 타파는 톡에서 문제고 문제 지금도 도지 양도 잘은 따라 아직 아까서 여기 시켜도 그건 남편랑 니 띵고 건을 잡아 因为不晓得有被说话别发过去了，都得去做一万一把一百，那个这个或者是吧，就往后，这或者是吧，就往后的，那是吧，这把是吧，那个我就说呢，这是呢。
Yes, let's get here in the unified state of great Vajradhara for the purpose of all sentient beings extensively space. Think that for this purpose you will receive the empowerment and blessings of the Chaitanya, the Lord of Yogis, Milarepa Empowerment. Thus listen with the pure intention of Buddha, the condensed perfection of wisdom says, the Buddha who possesses perfect qualities said that one should rely on the Buddha, the Dharma, and the spiritual companions. The Tantras say, if you perfectly offer to and please the Guru, you will attain the omniscient state in this very life, even if you do not practice other forms of offering. According to the sutras, a disciple relies on a spiritual master who explains to him the Buddha's teachings. According to the Tantras, the Guru is the presiding lord of all Buddha families and mandalas. Thus, offering to and practicing the Guru is the quintessence of all paths. With the least difficulty, all the great yogis of India and Tibet attained accomplishment in only by
only by practicing this profound path. And for the master's opinion is that the great teaching Milarepa is a true accomplishment. Endured great hardships. In the middle he practiced with great perseverance and endured the hardships of ascetic discipline. In the end he actualized the highest accomplishment and perfectly relied on the Vajrayana path. Relying on the Vajrayana path, he attained the supreme seed within a single life. Thus he is unequaled in the snowy land of Tibet. Even the great scholar Narottam of the noble land of India paid homage to him and praised him to be equal to the sun and moon. Great masters such as Bhaganta Sangye praised him to be an incontestable accomplished master. He is widely renowned in this world as the great Kagyu master who is the wellspring of all the Buddhas of the three times, appearing in forms as many as there are dust motes in the universe. Milarepa said, all who hear my name and who call upon me will not be born in the lower realms for 7 lifetimes. Whatever you are wishing for, supplicate me and I will be right beside you. Thus, because Milarepa grants all wishes, you should pray to him from the bottom of your heart. Milarepa spoke these Vajra words of granting fearlessness again and again. Moreover, at this very moment, the great unified form of primordial wisdom naturally abides like space and thus pervading the entire universe and all beings. Therefore, if you pray, Vajra-like primordial wisdom will dawn within your mind truly and effortlessly. The Vajra master's activities which are required in order to confer the profound empowerment and blessings of the great accomplished wheel-turning king are completed.
赐予一切所求，是故应当至诚祈祷。如是，尊者赐予无畏布施的金刚语。不仅如此，犹如虚空般双运大智慧身，周遍于动静世间。因此，祈祷者的相续必然能够无情的依有尊者的加持而得到金刚智。所以现在要依序的传授如此这般成就中的伟大转轮圣王的圣身灌顶加持，其中上师修法已经圆满，接下来是弟子的部分，要献上请法曼达。
So whenever we receive the Dharma, we practice the Dharma, we offer a mandala. And so also now too we will offer a mandala. And especially the mandala offering that comes from the Guru Yoga practice of Milarepa is very precious. It is a very special mandala offering. And whenever we offer a mandala, we should understand that it is very precious and very meaningful. At this time today we will repeat the mandala offering.
手上的法本第二段就是前面那个四句曼达文不念，我直接来念长的，就嗡嘛吽这边开始。我带着大家念嘛。
不把这就那就 OK 了，有些没干的，你我把岗位这个不搞到了，把一些这个你加种菜，你把他就不把，你养着这些，这个地方他也是真的不是生产非常的真的，这个我只是传递他们这些一些这样子，到了嘛的店里边就对一把手的给你就是一把手给你，哪怕是长期的小三不把长期长期做，应该就是说我这我们这嘛啦，现在这个现在显然这就是个两级，听到了这里，然后我上去就到这个就到这个老长的地方，然后想做个第二个了，然后是摸的经济这些，想到去这么多个。就把全貌上去，对吧？经过一些基本上那你早晨讲就跟早晨讲就这种可以我今晚让个律师老多，让个律老多，就是个也说一生别操长这个随便地到地方，实际上就并且刚才说的各种，对。非常的高调的，你光看喝了，这到我们高调的，你们帮助就是他送给我们平时他们光看的，光就看那个人家把经济把钱
在做。
And so there is this visualization for the mandala offering, and so that actually you can always visualize in all the other empowerments as well. In some other empowerments it is not explained so clearly, it is always the same visualization. So therefore, if you understand it this time, it will be very powerful also later on when you receive other empowerments. So this is the visualization. Visualize the mandala in front, appearing like the pure land of manifest joy. It has the nature of pure primordial wisdom, is infinitely vast, and its radiance, wondrous and magical, appears unceasingly, filled with adornments of limitless, naturally appearing offering clouds. In its center, upon a lion's throne and seat of lotus, sun and moon, sits the Jetsin Shiva Dorje, laughing Vajra, who by nature is the embodiment of the primordial wisdom of all the Buddhas of the three times, and who is inseparable from your own root guru. He appears in the form of the presiding lord of all Buddha families, the sixth Buddha, great Vajradhara, like a great mountain of sapphire, radiating with blue-green light, charming and smiling with a peaceful expression. The major and minor marks clearly appear, and he holds a Vajra and bell with his two hands crossed at the heart, thus sustaining skillful means, naturally existing transcendent wisdom, delighting in supreme bliss. Adorned with silken and precious ornaments, he sits in cross-legged Vajra posture. The mere thought of this great master has the power to bring forth the primordial wisdom of great bliss. In the presence of the embodiment of the ocean-like three roots, offer him your own body enjoyments, all virtues accumulated in the three times, the universe and all beings filled with outer, inner, and secret offering clouds.
右手拿着金刚杵，左手拿着金刚铃，交抱在胸间。他是具足着自显智慧自信的本质，身上以绫罗绸缎作为庄严，双脚做金刚加趺坐，具有仅几之意念就能够升起大乐智慧的功德。它是一切三根本海会的总体表现。然后在他的跟前，自己献上各自的身体、受用财富以及三世所造的一切善根，观想这一切庄严以及所依的本尊所依的无量功跟能依的本尊天，观想线上外内密的广大供养于，用这个方法来做万杂供养。
So we first will repeat in Tibetan. Om Ahom Nisha Chitta Ramjam Yutam Jor Ramjam Jamsu Shenga I don't have this one, I think. Do you have it?
Yeah, I have it at the bottom.
In Chinese also?
Yes. Do you have it up?
I don't think so. Is that a mandala offering, right?
Yes.
Oh, we normally repeat it. That's why I don't have it actually. I don't know if that's good for repeating. Skal vi kalle den? Borchi, dancing, Shiva, Shinchiro, Mudang, Muming, Tare, Yongtorshin, Jiega, Mesam, Dong, Daksheti, Mingqing, Lende, Melo, Mendarcho, Purve, Jetson, Chedam, Yamisho.
Do you want to use this because they have Chinese already?
Yeah, maybe I will summarize it, yeah. So for the English, I have it not in Tibetan, not in English, so I will just summarize the meaning of that, what we have just repeated from Rinpoche. So I'm offering to you the entire infinite universe consisting of the four continents, an ocean of infinite worlds without exception. So therefore, please regard with compassion all sentient beings. I offer to you my own body and all enjoyments, everything owned and unowned. I'm offering to you my aggregate elements and sense sources. And I'm offering to you all the things that I personally own and hold to be my own. And please bless me to calm down, to pacify my self-grasping mind. I'm offering everything material and immaterial that exists within the universe. By offering the mandala, bless me to realize the meaning of that is beyond birth, cessation, and abiding. Yeah.
이 메라디에다가 타와 메라디에 무엇을 하고 걸어왔다. 이 무엇을 걸어왔니? 제가들가 세부 도사니 이렇게 계속하다니 세부 다니는 그 무슨 문제가 가지고 나를 싸우고 있다고 저는 나도 나중에 나도 왜 나중에 계획가 나중에 가서는 건강이다. 나중에 가서는 나중에 무슨 내가 하고 이 느낌을 알다. 이 맞춰서 뭔가 사자적으로 보면 내가 벌써다. 그러면 이제 맞춰서 이렇게 파통 산지에 가고 다른 된다고 찾으나 나중에 내거래서
So this is the mandala offering, and so in the mandala offering we have said actually material offerings and mentally created offerings. And so what is the difference between that? So ultimately we need to pacify self-grasping from within the mind, and that is the purpose of making any offering. So often people think that they have nothing material to offer, so they think they have nothing to offer. But actually this is not true. We can also mentally give rise to an offering, because ultimately what needs to become liberated is self-grasping within the mind. And when self-grasping is liberated, you realize the ultimate truth, that self and others do actually not exist separately. And then you become the same as Milarepa. So on the ultimate level, in the ultimate mandala, when we offer and when we practice Mahamudra, within that state of mind there is no duality between the one who makes an offering and the one who receives the offering. So ultimately what this shows is that in order to attain enlightenment, ultimately we need to become free of self-grasping that is within the mind.
이제 감상이 빠지 잡기 좋고요. 이런 것도 벌써 상당히 좋고요. 이제 뭐 그게 라마도 꽃도 송모도 톡주도 이런 거 뭐가 주거비지 왕기도 하고 이제 라마라이 거 이 똑같은 따위에 뭐 어디 전에 이제라 라마
So during the mandala offering also we have visualized Milarepa in the form of Vajradhara. So why is that? So in the Nirmanakaya form, when he appeared in this world, he appeared in the form of Milarepa as we know him from the picture. But his Sambhogakaya form actually abides in the form of Vajradhara. And that form pervades all the infinite pure lands. in the form of the Sambhogakaya Vajradhara. So this is what this verse in the mandala introduces us to. And that is the essence of all the gurus. So all the gurus' body is the Nirmanakaya, the speech the Sambhogakaya, and their mind is the Dharmakaya. So during the empowerment, especially, we need to understand the qualities of the Dharmakaya. So the Nirmanakaya is Milarepa as we know him from the picture, and the Sambhogakaya is the form of Vajradhara. So in the secret mantra in the Vajrayana, we need to understand the meaning of Vajrayana by means of signs, symbols, and meanings in many different ways. It says, multiplying your body as many times as there are atoms in the universe, bow down with your crown to the lotus feet of the Guru, prostrating respectfully, join your palms and repeat the following supplication. Through your kindness, great bliss arises. In this very moment, I bow to the lotus feet of the magnificent Guru with Vajra-like form. So just here it says now, through your kindness, great bliss arises in this very moment. So what this means is that the Guru introduces us to the actual nature of the mind. And although the actual nature of our mind is the Buddha, if the Guru would not introduce us to this nature, we would not recognize that. So with the Guru's compassion, our self-grasping is shattered. And we realize the selfless nature of the mind. And then we realize that one's own mind, the mind of the Guru and the mind of the Buddha are actually one. And then you realize the unchanging nature of Vajradhara, which is the nature of your own mind that is beyond birth and death, the unchanging, undefiled great bliss. So whenever you see the nature of your mind, you see the nature of the Dharmakaya, that is unchanging great bliss. Having paid homage and supplicated with deep felt yearning and devotion, think that the Guru, the great Vajradhara, confers the empowerment to you by pouring wisdom nectar from a jeweled vase into your crown. And so we have recognized that the Guru and Vajradhara are one. And so then the forms of the Guru appear in many different ways, like sun rays in the sky. And so think that the entire space is filled with Dakinis and the forms of the Guru, as many as there are sentient beings, and they all receive the empowerment at the same time together with us. So it is not that there's only this one Guru who holds a base to grant the empowerment upon us, but actually from the Dharmakaya in space, countless Sambhogakaya manifestations appear, which then grant the empowerment to all of sentient beings at the same time. 经由前面的灌顶， You have obtained the base empowerment. All defilements of the body are purified, and you are empowered to meditate on the creation stage as the path. The seed to attain the Vajra body in your Manakaya as a result has been placed into your mind. 显空双运如幻象的道的基础如此清洁。 以上就是宝瓶灌顶，得到宝瓶灌顶以后，净化了我们身体所造成的该造的染污，得到了能够修持身体四谛道的受学并且将来能够成就佛果，也就是获得生金刚化身的殊胜缘分。 Sounds of joy and light rays of bliss emerging from the union of the Guru Vajradhara and the consort Vajragopa, who is the manifestation of his own nature, invite the Buddhas of the 10 directions, who then enter into their mouths and melt through their love. The melted essence, having the nature of white and red bodhicitta, nectar, flows from the secret space of the mother and merges with the nectar in the Kapala. Think that this nectar is offered onto your tongue. 这个头盖骨当中的甘露成为一味在我们的舌上尝下了这甘露来接受第二个灌顶。看下面的咒语。 The bodhicitta essence reaches your throat, where it pervades all channels of the throat chakra. Think that you now experience the inexpressible wisdom of great bliss. You have obtained the secret empowerment. All defilements of speech are purified, and you are empowered to practice the path of taking your own body as the means. The seed to attain the Vajra speech, Sambhogakaya, as a result, has been placed into your mind. And so here in the empowerment it said that we are now empowered to use our own body as the means, and so that is, Marpa had actually said that ordinarily one's own body is actually the cause of all suffering and all illness. It is because of our ordinary body that we give rise to afflictive emotions. We are attached to the five sense pleasures, we cling, and we hold things to be true. As a result of that, we engage in actions, accumulate karma, and we continue again and again to circle in samsara, in the hell realms, hungry spirit realms, and so on. However, if we use this body in order to engage in practice, to cultivate bodhicitta, we actually realize that true bliss or true happiness is a part of one's own nature. One's own true nature is very blissful. So the bliss you experience is your own and does not rely on any outer external forces. Any external condition are only a condition and not really the actual happiness. So if you understand that, you're very close to understanding the nature of the mind. That is, thought-free state as it is naturally is inherently blissful. As it is. So this is the empowerment where we use our own body as a support in order to realize our own inherent blissful nature. I don't have this part here in English. So during the empowerment, all the males should see themselves as Chakra-sambhara and the females as Vajrayogini. And so at this point we realize the union of wisdom and method. and that is the blissful union contained within one's own channels and elements. So bliss arises through this union, and when bliss arises, you should recognize its nature. So if you are female, you should visualize your consort to be Vajrasamara, and if you are male, you should visualize your consort as Vajrayogini during the empowerment. So the male holding a bell and the female holding a Vajra. Method and wisdom are a union, and through this union bliss arises. So this is the way in which we receive this empowerment. Visualize yourself as the great Vajradhara. The consort that was offered to you has the nature of the mother Vajradopa. At her three places are the three syllables, and at her secret space are the Vajra and lotus. Rest in meditation as you unite with love and the wish to liberate all sentient beings into the state of supreme and unchanging great bliss. The bodhicitta essence descends through your four places, reverses and ascends, and thus you experience the four joys. Rest within the natural state of inseparable bliss emptiness.
在这样子的境界当中降下智慧甘露、引受甘露，而了悟到乐空无边。
这种言语的嘛，因为我东方，东我这个日本那里边的，因为咱们东方的，东方他们沙拉的，沙拉他们是把这种他们这个讲是讲呢，大意识的东西，大意识的东西还好了的，刚呢，这个经过了，因为那爆发的，咱们社会上系统出啊是呢，社会上系统第二的是还好了，这社会上系统它是强，它是一类话是的，意识的东西，大意识的东西导致这个他让他是咱们结构他不要的。
And so here it says the union of bliss and emptiness. So that is the essence of bliss is empty, and the essence of emptiness is blissful. Milarepa said that within bliss I recognize emptiness, within emptiness I recognize clarity, and within clarity I recognize ripa or awareness. So if you engage in this practice of skillful means, you realize that self and others do not exist, the non-dual primordial wisdom. And that is realized by practicing the skillful means of great bliss. When great bliss arises, ordinary thoughts stop, and at that point, if you know how to observe the nature of mind, you recognize that this bliss actually is the bliss of your own mind. And that mind abides like space, and within space there is no division between self and others. So you realize the non-dual union of self and others, a non-dual primordial wisdom. So this is realized by relying on this path of skillful means.
이 각각 시절에 소설가고 시야, 소설가고 시야, 이 하고를
And so if we do not rely on the skillful means of Vajrayana, then we create more samsara. So how is samsara created? It is because, first of all, we grasp at the duality of self and others. And then due to this perception, a male needs a female companion and a female needs a male companion, because they both believe that the bliss, the happiness, depends on the other gender. Because of this belief, they become attached to each other. And if they are attached to each other, they become jealous, and then they become angry and so on. And this is the source of all suffering, the root of samsara. So this is how companionship becomes samsara. But if you know how to practice, you recognize actually that bliss is your own mind. You recognize, if you can discern between the outer condition and the inner bliss within your mind. You discern through the individually discriminating wisdom. And so on the basis of that, you recognize the non-duality of self and others. You have obtained the knowledge, wisdom, empowerment. All defilements of the mind are purified, and you are empowered to practice the path of taking another person's body as the means. The seed to attain the Vajra mind Dharmakaya as a result has been placed into your mind.
같은 양성용으로 페이지 오늘 도전 내로 그 뭐가 이제 주마시다 언제 상태를 넣어내 봐서 아무 철인데 시고 이제 라고 버차다 좀 상에 자기 죽고 못해서 봐요. 네 상태 상태에 죽고 라를 깨통도 뭐 이거 거기 처음에 오늘 한번 좀 봐서
Continue to abide within a state of fixed body, posture and gaze. Through the illustrative wisdom experienced during the third empowerment, you now recognize your true nature, the essence of innate awareness that is uncompounded by nature and that abides as the life force of everything, samsara and nirvana. In this moment of recognition, all temporary defilements and karmic tendencies are cleared away. As a result of separating from these obscurations, you actualize the Dharmakaya. Now meditate and absorb your mind in the Vajra words that introduce to the naked experience of your own awareness, which is the Dharmakaya nature of all Buddhas. And so here it says you recognize your own awareness. And so all samsaric phenomena are compounded phenomena. But awareness is uncompounded, that is, it is beyond arising and cessation. Just like the outer space. It never comes and never goes. And so within the mind, when thoughts disappear, the mind abides naturally like space. And within that space, all fixations of self and others and so on completely collapse. So that is the single basis that we talk about in the Samantabhadra prayer, this uncompounded space, or the essence from which all of samsara and nirvana arises. So that single space is the union of clarity and emptiness. And if you engage in practice continuously, sustain this nature, you realize the meaning of Mahamudra. So in the beginning, thoughts disappear. And that is what Milarepa meant with within bliss, I recognize emptiness. So all the feelings of bliss become empty. And then within emptiness, you recognize clarity, and that is, awareness becomes very clear within this nature. Then within clarity, you find awareness. And that it means that you recognize your own true nature. There's no more duality. All conceptions, all ideas of self and others, of any kind of separation, all falls apart. But this is something you can only understand if you engage in practice. You cannot understand that by merely relying on these words. Primordial wisdom is great and unfathomable. It is like a Vajra, like the center of the sky. It is immaculate, liberation granting, and peaceful. You are its own Father.
都是反出现是太容易，后来当初用太容易，反给太容易，他妈太容易，真的，把这个太容易，混着红着嘛也是。
So here now we have said the primordial wisdom is great and unfathomable. So that means that it is not an object that can actually be seen. There's no one who sees and no object that is to be seen, because it is like space. And space is beyond the intellect, transcends the intellect. We cannot intellectually understand space, the ultimate truth. It is nothing that can be seen. So it is extremely subtle. If we engage in practice, again and again, and sustain this clear nature of the mind, only then we can really understand what this nature is. So the nature of mind is obscured by temporary things, but when the nature of mind is sustained, all dualistic grasping collapses, and you realize the nature of your own mind, which transcends the intellect, and that is the nature of Mahamudra or Dzogchen. And that is realized in a natural, direct way. Often it arises when, as a result of the Guru's blessings and the disciples' devotion, in an instant we recognize the nature of the mind naturally. And it is nothing that we can create or anybody can actually show us. It is something that we need to decide and know for ourselves. We need to, sometimes a feeling arises that this is it, this is the nature of the mind. And this is something that only can arise from within yourself. So it is immaculate because it is free from all faults. It is like a vajra in the center of the sky. That is, it is the union of clarity and emptiness, like space. So the nature of mind is empty like space, free from all thoughts of past, present and future. So sometimes when you look at the mind, there is a moment when past thoughts have stopped and future thoughts have not arisen. That is the empty nature of the mind. But then there is a clear knowing awareness and knowing capacity that knows its own empty nature. And that awareness is it. That is the nature of the mind, the empty awareness that knows its own nature. So awareness and emptiness are not separate. So that is the ultimate nature of Vajradhara, or the Yab and the Yum, the union of clarity and emptiness. And clarity is the Yab, the male, and emptiness is the Yum, the female. And the nature of Vajradhara represents the unchanging nature that is beyond arising and cessation, just like space. Or we call it the kingdom of the Dharmakaya. So this nature we cannot say that it doesn't exist, because everything is created by the mind. It creates all of samsara and nirvana. But then when we try to find it, then we cannot locate it. It cannot be shown because it is too subtle. It is like a vajra because it is in a way there. It creates all of samsara and nirvana, but then it is also empty. We cannot locate it. It creates nirvana from a pure perspective. It creates samsara from an impure perspective. So the special quality of the Buddhist view is this union of emptiness and compassion, by which self-grasping will diminish. And there is no other method than that, than realizing this union. Because if we only understand emptiness, it is useless, because if we fail to give rise to compassion, emptiness on its own cannot accomplish anything. Emptiness on its own will continue to accumulate karma, and we will never become liberated from samsara. So only if we give rise to compassion will self-grasping diminish. And only from this quality all the qualities of the Buddha arise. And so in the end it says, you are its own father. It means that you are its own father means you have no other father. There's no other source than yourself. You are your own source, your own origin. For example, a child that has a father has a beginning and has an end. But then if you are your own father, you are your own source. That means you are without beginning and without end.
所谓的分别妄念，它既无来处，亦无住处，也无去处，这个就是究竟如同金刚的自信。
这妄念这个，我是传统的马化讲到这个大，老他在听我老往这个许多我一个这个话题问题，要发现
You have obtained the fourth empowerment. All stains and karmic tendency of your three doors are purified equally, and you are empowered to meditate on the path of Mahamudra. The seed you attained, the Vajra wisdom, Svabhavika Kaya, as a result has been placed into your mind. So here we have said, when we see the nature of the mind, all stains and karmic tendencies of the three doors are purified equally. And so that is when there's no more dualistic grasping in the mind. For example, when you see another person, you still see the person, however, you don't grasp at the truth of this person. You understand that that person is the person's body, and the body of yourself and all other persons are only a heap of particles. But the mind itself exists like space, and it cannot be seen. So whatever you perceive, whatever you see, you do not grasp at its reality. So then everything that appears becomes emptiness. All the sounds you hear become emptiness. There is no more grasping to appearance and sound. And then there is, for example, not even a way to become angry again. There is no one who gets angry and no object of anger. All of that is lost. I mean, this is the way in which all the karmic imprints are purified. So first, grasping is purified. Grasping falls apart, and when grasping falls apart, then naturally all karmic tendencies, all habitual imprints are purified.
The common empowerment is completed. In order to receive the uncommon profound blessings, visualize the following. The Guru Vajradhara abides in front of you and transforms in an instant into the Chetun, the Lord of Yogis, Milarepa Empowerment. His color is blue-green and he radiates with the magnificent splendor of his wisdom. He looks at you smiling and with lively countenance. His hair flows freely down his back. He wears a white cotton cloth as his upper robe and a meditation belt around his shoulders. His right hand is at his ear and he's singing Vajra songs of realization. His left hand is in a gesture of meditation and holds a skull filled with nectar. He sits with his legs moving to the melody. The ocean of Kagyu masters gathering like clouds around him. The radiance of his vast, innate and unchanging great bliss, wisdom form is overwhelmingly brilliant, like the hard core of a blazing sun. With his speech he proclaims the primordial natural sound of the Mahayana and Vajrayana. He always abides in meditation in a state of Mahamudra, where the profound and manifest are non-dual, a union of great bliss, emptiness. His qualities are indivisible from the qualities of all Buddhas, and his enlightened deeds are inconceivable. He is an immeasurable master who subdues the three realms with magical manifestations and outshines the three planes of existence. Think that an inconceivable host of gods and goddesses present inconceivable arrays of offerings. In the presence of these, imagine that the skull of your body of karmic ripening is split in half, your whole body is cut up and its pieces are poured into the skull. The nectar of wisdom has 100 tastes. It radiates white light with the glow of red and is filled to the brim. The Vajra light tongue of the Guru, the great Chetun, spreads out to receive the offering.
他的内心就是深深的道无二的大手印乐空双运智安住在这样的境界当中，他的功德是一切诸佛的与一切诸佛的功德无有差别，而他的事业是变化万千，无有一定的广大无量幻化网一般的随类调伏的事业，极具威严，而且呢，在他的周边则有一切的天子天女无量无边的做广大的供养，不可思议。观想在这样子的尊者面前，诸位的身体，自己的自己五蕴和合的这个业力异手果报所成就的身体，从眉心的部分裂开，就是转成了头盖骨，而身体剩的部分都放在这个头盖骨当中。当上师念诵嗡嘛吽三字的同时，自身就转变成为智慧甘露，具足百种滋味。颜色呢是白里透红，光亮明澄清的智慧甘露。然后如此甘露沸腾之后，上师大至尊弥勒如巴尊者他的金刚舌就放出光芒的吸管，享用了这样子的甘露。我们观想这样子做观想的同时，以虔诚心向上师献上甘露供养。
나가는 배양 설때 내 통보 받는데 누가 가고 있어요. 아니나 남들 또 가는 거 보고 지금은 좀 거지. 가까이 가서 자기 내가 내고 거예요. 내가 빨리 시간에 가는 게 다시 통찰을 하고 거기 통보 통하고 소리 보고요. 얘는 뭐 통하거나 속도 돈이 통하고 뭔지 나도 보고 또가 이런 두고 나도 이 두고 보고 해서 대학원에서 사발이 빠졌더니 홍지 홍가는데 야 좋았으니 남자를 거기 방문이요 이 여기 방문을 데려가고 싶거든 방문을 이렇게 줘봤고 줘보면 데려가고 싶고 이 그런 날 줬어요 그래서 얘가 갈 것 같으면 얘는 완전히 파도 갈 것만 줬어요
And so here regarding this visualization, it might be a bit difficult to visualize for a beginning practitioner. So we are here visualizing cutting off half of our skull, and then we're cutting off our body and putting it into the skull. So people might wonder, like, how can we do that when we separate ourselves from our skull, and then after that we cut off our body. So for some people it is more difficult to visualize that. So
you can, in an instant, for example, just visualize yourself as Vajrayogini, visualize Vajrayogini, and then Vajrayogini cuts up your body and makes the offering of your own body. But if it is easier, you can also think that your consciousness transforms into Vajrayogini before you, and then she cuts up, so in a way she becomes separate from you, and then she cuts up your body and fills up your body parts into the skull cup, and then that is offered up. So in any case, you can visualize in any way that suits you the best. There is no strict way of visualizing that. So whatever suits you the most.
Om Om Om
With devotion, I offer this delicious, well-prepared feast, endowed with 100 days to Shiva Dorje. May all seasons beings enjoy the rich food of Samadhi. Multiplying your body as many times as there are atoms in the universe, bow with the crown to the lotus feet of the Guru, respectfully prostrate together with all sentient beings extensive as space, join your palms and repeat the following. Please repeat. Homage to the sage. Altar Baba rises like the sun above the snowy mountains in the dense darkness of the northern land. Having paid homage and supplicated with deep yearning, the blessings of his enlightened body emerged from the forehead of the great Repa, the Chechen, the Lord of Yogis, as a stream of white bodhicitta nectar related to the left Yangma channel. It dissolves into your forehead and purifies the defilements of the channels in your body. Thus you have obtained the day's empowerment. The blessings of his enlightened speech emerge from his throat as a stream of red bodhicitta rakta drops related to the right Roma channel. It dissolves into your throat and purifies the defilement of the wind energies related to speech. Thus you have obtained the secret empowerment. The blessings of his enlightened mind emerge from the point between his eyebrows as a stream of bodhicitta drops of semen and blood related to the central channel. It dissolves into the point between your eyebrows and purifies the defilements of the bindu drops related to the mind. Thus you have obtained the knowledge, wisdom, empowerment. These were the three symbolic empowerments that illustrate the ultimate nature.
甘露从我们的眉心进入身体，净化了心以及明点的盖上染物，得到了般若智慧灌顶。这样子性结之下，就得到了所谓以相似的譬喻而进行的三种前面的灌顶。
一把一些东西往过了，跑马了，木头，头子，我往这把的，你要黑就要这里嘛。
In order to receive the fourth Vajra wisdom empowerment, first give rise to deep devotion and supplicate intensely from the bottom of your heart, chanting the following. Next, we visualize a large form of Milarepa abiding in space, filling the universe, and think that from his body light rays emanate, and then from the tip of each light ray, countless other small Milarepa emanations appear, and they travel to all of the countless sentient beings. So there are as many light rays as there are sentient beings, and small Milarepa forms in the form of a mustard seed emerge from these light rays, and then pervade all sentient beings in the universe. Then assume the 7-point posture of Vairochana and steadily fix your gaze. Meditate evenly and do not engage the mind in any thoughts pertaining to the past, present, or future. Rest in innate awareness that knows itself and is free from fabrications. Rest in bliss emptiness in the inexpressible nature of Mahamudra. So of the 7-point posture of Vairochana, what is most important is to have your back completely straight, even if we cannot assume the other 6 points. Because if the back is straight, then it creates a natural force in the navel and the winds will enter into the central channel. So naturally the winds will abide at the navel if the back is straight. Thus introducing you to the nature of mind, Sachurchin, the Lord of Yogis, the Great River, bestows instructions by singing a spontaneous Vajra song of realization. As he imparts to you the warmth of his realization, the realization of ultimate reality dawns within your mind. Appearance, emptiness, and indivisibility, these three are the view in brief. Clarity, non-thought, and non-distraction, these three are the meditation in brief. Non-attachment, non-clinging, and unbound ease, these three are the conduct in brief. Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Nirmanakaya, these three are the fruition in brief. Non-duality is the ultimate view. Non-distraction is the ultimate meditation. Their union is the ultimate conduct. These three are the ultimate fruition. The view has 3 nails, meditation has 3 nails, conduct has 3 nails, and fruition has 3 nails. To explain the 3 nails of the view, everything that appears and exists gathers within the mind. Mind itself is the continuous nature of clarity. Mind cannot be identified. To explain the 3 nails of meditation, discursive thoughts are Dhammakaya. Innate awareness is the continuous nature of clarity. The unfabricated nature is all-pervasive, unbounded, and peaceful. To explain the 3 nails of conduct, the 10 virtuous deeds are not cultivated, the 10 non-virtuous deeds are not abandoned. There is nothing to be abandoned with antidotes. To explain the 3 nails of fruition, samsara is not to be abandoned, nirvana is not to be accomplished, your own mind is the Buddha. These 12 nails come down to a single one, the nail of empty dharmata. It is planted by the precious Guru again and again until realization dawns within your mind.
除却12丁外又一丁，法性空丁之谓也。大宝施为敲打者，若不了悟则不中，具时了悟便正中。
다시 마보리 또 여만 이제 나 뭐가 나는 요리 내 영상에 저거리 그 치키도 뭐도 제가 계산은 나도 치료 거를 파산되는 마트로 빨리 가자 이제 괜히 뭐리 같이 다 하고 내 상비거리 하 마고는 수익적 기반이 하 보로 마고 냠되거리 샘디우니 냠되거리 이렇게 되게 냠도 가요 남도 치료 거래는 남도 당시 죽어도 냠되는 거지. 가지고 남도 다시 사진 좀 보고 남도 죽어요. 남도 죽어 가야지는 거예요. 저를 이거 뭐 제가 잠이 또 와 가야지만 제 인사 죽기 시바지 애 죽어요. 남이 죽기 시바지 또 죽을 때는 이거 뭐 이거 받아 동해 실지 빵터요. 산지도 왕터요. 那到一些人保经营上的这种，那过去或者出去吧，去必须把这个样的，我那是在这个中，我在这个里，那这个人我在学堂里的去把这个学堂中的把去看这个样的，把你们这边还有人呀，那过去吧这个，那到去或者去把这个学堂里我去在这个学堂，他就这个是的我这。 내 따위는 이렇게 쭉 내 쪽으로 루파 산지마도 루파 유모가 되는데 유모가 될 때 이 빵들이 딱 강마시는 데를 쭉 먹다 이 몸에 봐서 이렇게 잊어버리고 아까 이렇게 잊어버리고
So there was a lot of information on due to the time we cannot go through each of them now, but what is actually so actually you can find these in the 100,000 songs of Milarepa. So of these, what is most important, however, are the 3 nails of meditation. So that is important to understand. It first says discursive thoughts are the Dharmakaya. So everything that arises within the mind is the mind, and this nature is always present, and because you have a mind, so the Dharmakaya nature is always present within all sentient beings. And so when a thought arises, we say it is Dharmakaya, and this is how we understand it throughout the Kagyu lineages. It is said that beings do not understand their own mind to be the Buddha. They do not understand the thoughts to be Dharmakaya. So how can we understand the thoughts to be Dharmakaya? There's positive and negative thoughts that arise, and they all by nature are Dharmakaya. If you recognize their empty nature, when an affliction arises, for example, you immediately understand that this is the cause of all suffering, and knowing that you will be able to let go of it, knowing that you will be able to cultivate love and compassion. And in this way, as Jigten Sungdön has said, thoughts become primordial wisdom. So this Dharmakaya nature of the thought is that the awareness that recognizes the thought, and thereby the thought collapses. That is the Dharmakaya nature of the thought. For example, you feel happy or an affliction arises. You recognize whatever arises. For example, this is anger, and you know there is a fault, and knowing that you will be able to let go of it. So that actually is meditation, the ability to let go of all negative thoughts. And when you let go of all those thoughts as they arise, the mind is quite relaxed and at peace. And so that is what is meant with inner awareness, is the continuous nature of clarity. There's a continuous state of clarity if you continue to recognize afflictive emotions as they arise. So actually it is that a sign of meditation is a lack of afflictive emotions. So that is a very important, a very crucial point. If you do not realize it, then pray with deep devotion again and again. Please endow my mind with blessings. Then think that the body of the Guru, the Chechen, the Lord of Yogis, the great Repa, melts into a mass of light and dissolves into you. Thus his enlightened body, speech, mind, qualities and blessings, without exception, are transferred and take root within your own mind. So then in the completion stage, all dissolves into space. And so that is actually the same in whatever deity or mandala you practice. You think that all the deities before you dissolve into rainbow light, and then that light dissolves into the entire universe and all sentient beings naturally. So one's own body consists of the 5 elements, and within the mind there are the 5 afflictions, and these have a natural connection to each other. So when the light rays dissolve into the universe and sentient beings, the universe and sentient beings become purified. So then here in the end of the recitation it says Sa Hum Bam Hum. And so these 4 syllables refer to the 4 immeasurables. It is mainly immeasurable love and compassion for all sentient beings. And that really is what we call the blessing of all the Buddhas. It is love and compassion. So this completes the empowerment, and in the end there is the samaya of the empowerment. And so on the outer level there is the practice of the guru, which is the form of the guru. The guru's speech is the teachings on karma, but the actual guru that we practice is actually the guru's mind, and the guru's mind is love and compassion. So that is what we really need to practice, and that is the heart essence of all the Buddhas of the 3 times. So it is that in the beginning we should rely on the outer guru, in the middle we should rely on the scriptures as the guru, and in the end we should rely on our own mind as the guru. And that own mind as the guru is the mind of love and compassion. So that is the root samaya that we need to accept. And we will repeat the line, I will do all the principle the Lord commands. So what that means is whatever the Master commands of you, you will practice it. And what he commands is do not fight with each other, be harmonious, cultivate love and compassion, and recognize that this is the cause of all happiness in this and future lives. Do not be controlled by anger and jealousy especially. Give rise to faith and devotion to higher fields, and recognize that all the religions in the world are a noble sangha, are higher fields. Lower fields are those who do not possess any religion, and these are ordinary sentient beings, and those you should see as your parents and regard them with great compassion, because there is not a single being who has not been your parent. So that is the root samaya. In essence, it is the precious bodhicitta. So we read together this bodhicitta prayer as a samaya in the end. That completes the empowerment, and in the end you can come up to receive the blessing of the empowerment, but please do not get up all at the same time, because then you will get tired like standing around. So just come up one by one.
在这样子的理解之下，我们共同念诵领受三昧言誓言的祈请文，然后再念诵菩提心妙宝的寄诵，之后就要上来领受加持。在领受加持的时候，希望大家能够排队，因为如果秩序不好的话，大家也会比较辛苦，所以待会上来的时候，就先由出家众排队上来，再来是在家众在义工的引导之下依序的上来。
安就是
念，大家可以念。这是谁在？你在。
Om
各位法友，接下来大家安静的，我们走到我们左侧这边，已经准备好便当的，大家可以用便当，找一个地方坐下来用餐。那我们在用餐期间一样是不必要的话，我们就保持寂静；必要的话小声的说。那我们是2点钟，下午2点钟，下午的课开始。那1点半的时候，希望各位法友都能够在座位上就坐。谢谢大家。
So, my Dharma friends, I've been given instruction on this book on the songs of Milarepa that has been arranged and translated into English by Khenpo Tsultrim Gyamtso, and in a way that it can be actually chanted in a melody in the English language as well. And to chant it in a melody is actually very important because although there are many blessings by just reading the songs of Milarepa, but a chant actually has special qualities, and that is unlike worldly singing, because worldly songs can produce thoughts of attachment and aversion, but that is a song of love and compassion, of kindness, and that therefore generates a mind of love and kindness. So for this reason it is so precious, because if we chant something slowly and with a melody, then the meaning of that will actually stay in our mind. And what is most important is that it stays in our mind so that we can apply it, especially when we encounter difficulties. So when you encounter difficulties, then the meaning of these words will come to your mind, and then it will be of real benefit. So that is the purpose of chanting the songs in a melody. So this is a very profound teaching. Then it is not so easy to explain, and I will explain that just to the best of my abilities. There's many things I do not know, but as you know me, I have nothing to be embarrassed about, and I'm just sharing these things with you with great love and compassion. Later on you can also clarify your questions with the Khenpos, with the masters, and if there are any shortcomings, if there's anything I am saying wrongly, then I apologize for that.
이 대회전에 나발년에 다른 것도 오르나 생동나 체력하게 되면 다치에 말해 그리고 나파르니 이 수고는 이 그런 유럽에 와서 되는 상대적인 일국의 일절 일절로 열로 나와 나도록 일단 다음에 요리 이제도 꼭 하고 이 나라에서 손을 이리저리하고 하고 마음으로도 어떻게도 소설에 하는 그 같이 보도 이 저들에게 강의시나 들어오는 거야. 이제는 뭐 그렇게 나도 와차산 뭐 그렇게 와차산이 되게
So of all the various life stories, actually Milarepa's life story has very much pervaded this world, is widely known. Milarepa is an actual person that has appeared in Tibet, and he has practiced and traveled to many places. And all of these places are still places we can still see today. So these are, like for example, his special signs of accomplishment. We can actually directly see them, witness them with our own eyes today. That is because Milarepa has appeared not too long ago. For example, the Buddha has appeared a very long time ago, but Milarepa has appeared in a way in our time, in this world. And so even from a scientific perspective, there are many true signs that we can actually observe in of Milarepa's accomplishment in the modern day world. So there are many scriptures on the Buddha's teachings, the various scripture collections that have been translated from Sanskrit into Tibetan, and there are so many different teachings that are difficult to understand in their totality. But if we look at the instructions of Milarepa, there are many things that we can actually really understand from his teachings, and it has personally benefited me greatly. So I will introduce to you, my Dharma friends, whatever I have understood of this text, wherever I have gained certainty, and of course we'll leave aside those things that I have not grasped fully. And the translator of this book, Khenpo Tsultrim, so really is a master that has realized Mahamudra. He's an authentic spiritual master, an inconceivable being that has composed this in India, and also because of his great compassionate blessings, actually this is why this text is endowed with even greater blessings. So the text begins with, there are many things, many perceptions that become manifest through the mind, as many as there are dust particles in a sun ray. And a yogi is someone who rests in the natural state no matter what appears. And so we always say you should meditate, you should watch the nature of your mind, and those of you who have some experience with that are familiar with this. But people often think then, I don't actually dare to meditate because it actually can drive you crazy. There are so many thoughts, and it seems that the afflictions become even stronger. I dare not meditate. So to an extent it is true, because in the past you have not seen the thoughts in your mind, and now finally when you meditate you actually see your own mind. But actually you should not see that as a fault. Actually that is a good quality.
이렇게 차로 뒤에 천내가 더 차고 당기는 없게 되어야겠어. 그 세금 맞대야 돼. 세금대에 좀 세금 내려가 하장들이 나고 예전들 마와대에도 나와야겠어. 그게 생각해야지.
So this point here with the dust particles in the sun ray, for example, in this building, when there is no sun in this building, then it seems to be completely clear. The space in this building is completely clean, there's no particles. But in the morning, when the sun shines into the room, all of a sudden we see the entire room filled with dust particles completely. So that is just like someone who has not watched their mind. But when we watch the mind a little bit, then we will see so many thoughts in our mind, in fact, even more than the dust particles in the sun ray. With regard to not seeing the mind in the Samantabhadra prayer, it says, when you see it, you are a Buddha. Not seeing it, you are a sentient being wandering in samsara. So not to see the various thoughts within your mind, the dust particles of thoughts within your mind, that is what we call samsara. And so why don't we see our mind? So there are times where you actually think, I have no thought. I have no thoughts in my mind. But even though there is no thoughts, ignorance continuously is present, because there's a continuous perception of an I in this world. And that continuously showers down. That is always present, like snowflakes falling down. For example, when we sleep, we think that there's no fault in sleeping, but actually Chigden Sumgun had said sleeping is the ultimate form of ignorance. So during this time we continue to accumulate continuously these ever accumulating snowflakes of an I, a self. And when you see that nature, when you see the mind, so what are you supposed to do? Actually, just seeing it is actually nothing special. But what is important is, as it says here in the text, to continue to sustain the natural state. And that is, you see the thoughts, but then you also have to let them go, not hold on to them. So what is important is to recognize the awareness that sees the thoughts. That is the one you need to look at. The thoughts, you can just let them be. They arise, they come and go like the waves on the water. And if you let them go, there's nothing that they can do. If you hold on to each and every thought, you will just become frustrated. So what is important is to look at the awareness that recognizes the thoughts. So then the text it says, so the basic nature of reality is not created from causes and conditions. This clear awareness, so when you see it, what are you supposed to do with it? How should you view it? This awareness, as the Buddha had taught, is nothing that arises from causes, and also it cannot be destroyed by conditions. The Buddha taught that this nature never arises, it never abides anywhere, and it never ceases to be. So this nature has no cause. And so then it says a yogi should realize this single nature. And so that is, you should not investigate this nature in terms of its causes and conditions. How does it arise? You only abide naturally, without thinking of the past or the future, within a state of clarity and emptiness like space, without grasping at anything. So this singular nature this, means that actually it is free from singularity and also multiplicity. You cannot say there's one mind, because one mind creates a variety of samsara and nirvana, but also there's not two, because it is like space, and within space there is no two. Basically, it is not an object of investigation that can be comprehended by the intellect. Therefore, you should recognize it, but without investigating it. So in the Mahamudra it says you should cut the root of the mind, but actually it's not really cutting anything, but it is to actually recognize, inquire into the essence of the mind, and that is to abide within the awareness that recognizes all thoughts that arise. That awareness always remains underlying. It is unarisen. It never arises. It is nowhere, and it doesn't cease to be. You cannot lose it. It never goes away. You cannot identify it like an object. So that is the nature that needs to be recognized. That is the union of clarity and emptiness, or as the Buddha had said, it is inexpressible in being beyond words and thoughts. Actually, this section, this song accords with the teachings of the Buddha, the scriptures. So it is something that you have to resolve for yourself. It is something that transcends the intellect. There's nothing to be seen, nothing to be figured out with the intellect. The ultimate truth transcends the intellect. Because often when we know something, we have a feeling that we must explain that, we must tell that to others. But actually it is nothing that we can relate to others. It is something that you can only see for yourself. And often when we meditate, it just arises naturally and you simply understand. So when you meditate, you do not follow any of the thoughts of the 3 times. You continue to meditate, and at some point naturally, effortlessly, there are no thoughts, no fixations in the mind, and that is when you actualize, when you actually see the nature of the mind.
去抉择它大概是如何，但是你不应该随着那样子的妄念而转，之后你可以直接的见那个觉性，而最后在觉性的本质当中见到，在平时稳定的禅修当中，在觉性的面目当中见到自他无二，而产生体验，这样的体验反反复复的回到这边，这样的体验上来就是唯一实相的决定。
做具体计划能做一下，没老花钱，但是这是嘛，然后的这个做能够把那有这个做具体计划的能做了吧？查到了做吧？那是这个也干不进的，你没啥有把握，但你去上去没啥有把握，拿了好的，哪有的差的是，可拿了差的。 오는데 고마를 보고 있어. 사단이 뽑아서 나를 상황에서 이들이 잡았어요. 그래서 무고인상 우지지가 나고 대야들이 그냥 나도 좀 좋아. 나도 나는 집에 좋거든. 내가 좀 가서 말이 세면하고 제요 있고 수주가 나서는 말이 옛날에는 기말 안 오듯이 봐도 무고를 심하게 이 무고를 어때 말이 제일 기마서 다 자야 무고를 많이 가는 마사서 시바사 어떻게 정나 시바사 어떻게 sensu를 꼭 가니 겹쳐버리나 아니 비싸도 시바 안 오듯이 시바리라 차별로 해서 시바사 어디 하고 이 권익이 이는 나와 공부를 같이 와서 오면 이제 나보다 빠지는 아니지 그래서
So it says here, so this naturally free arising awareness cannot be destroyed even by 100 weapons. A yogin should allow all arisings, all fixations dissipate naturally. Here we are talking about the coarse thoughts like attachment and aversion. Basically our belief in a reality, thinking like this is it, this is how it is, ordinary afflictions. Those people who do not actually practice, they are controlled by ordinary afflictions. For example, they think, oh, this is my enemy because he did such and such to me, or this is my friend. And then they are attached to their friends and have an aversion to their enemies. Basically, a coarse thought is a thought that holds things to be true. And so here it says, cannot be destroyed even by 100 weapons. Even if you would point a weapon at someone and tell them, if you give rise to any thoughts, I shoot you, you could still not stop them. They would still have thoughts in their mind. We have no choice. Thoughts always arise. But what is important is that we do not hold them to be true, but that we allow them, as it says here, to dissipate naturally, not to grasp at them, to just let them be and not think that they are real or unreal. Just sustain clear awareness, and that is all. And even then, when very strong thoughts arise, they will naturally dissipate, and you remain free from attachment to them. So this is the view. The view is clear awareness, and that view needs to be habituated, and that is what we call meditation. Within a state of meditation where you sustain the view, all the thoughts, the coarse thoughts and so on that arise will naturally dissipate.
这样的反复的串习，可以使粗大的烦恼得以消灭，自然的业气。
你刑法机关的康调，刑法的超法解决的，这个东西就搞清楚的，这人不过，有人说搞定了，这人没多就发现了，哦，你没多东西都没多，你把你稍微过哦，这样差生意，错的，哦，没多人这个大概，哦，我要咱们正常结束，你把用了。两个没到这干嘛去了？但他已经没到，没到的空头，他干这事没到的，没到的没啥的，是吧？就从这样，这就弄出来了。如果看这个那是，对不对？这个包括茶，你这个新这成功的，现在就把茶还这边这个里面这样就要结果有的，我给这到考虑我考虑是新把这个人成功的，对呀，新把错过了，可能是啊，对那个应该说了，那个我就是家里就是就啥其他结果不了的，你那个这就还有个应当不着是，他把原来的上这个的长完了，他大把的也是。这个不可能解决，你那是你把头呢，还有你过来生活差不多差不多，他人差不多都有哪家那个搞没办法，就差不多的。
So here clinging, this term clinging will dissipate, that is when attachment arises. And so that we can refer to any form of attachment, to any of the five sense pleasures. For example, when you see a beautiful flower and you think, oh, this is nice, it's beautiful. But immediately you recognize, oh, I became attached. You recognize that. You know that, well, this is a nice flower, but it is impermanent. Then you can still know that it is nice, but you're also able to stop the thought about it, and then the flower actually cannot harm you. The thought hasn't harmed you. But on the other hand, if you keep thinking about the flower over and over again, then you cannot be without it. You will try to find it over and over again, and if you cannot find it, you will be unhappy. So this is just a small example, but it applies to all of the five sense pleasures, whatever you become attached to. First, clinging attachment arises. Then you grasp and you cling, and that will lead to bondage. And bondage means that it becomes one with your mind. And that applies to anything. For example, often people love their cat or their dog and so on. Whatever we are attached to will lead to bondage, and it is important to recognize this attachment. For example, that we have to our friends and relatives. One day it can all change and they become our enemy. When we get angry at them, for example, things constantly change. So when temporary thoughts do not hold on to them, because they will not last. Just think that all of that is impermanent. I need to have love for all. So this is how a beginning practitioner should think. But a seasoned practitioner who is firm in meditation doesn't have to think anything at all. The moment something nice appears, they will recognize the thought of attachment and immediately will be able to let go of it. And to them, it doesn't make a difference whether the object is present or whether it is absent. To them, it is all the same.
Just have to translate like this. Can you do this? Okay. Yeah, thank you.
So then it says in the text, even if you were to lock up discursive thoughts into an iron box, you could not overcome them like that. A yogi is the one who recognizes thoughts and sustains a natural state of empty mindful presence. So when we meditate, there's a time when there are no coarse thoughts in our mind, but there's a continuous stream of subtle thoughts. And whatever the nature of the thought, you should not hold on to them and just let them be and let them go as they are. And all that need to be done is to sustain clear awareness. All the thoughts that arise like waves on the water. They come and go on their own. Sometimes larger waves, like strong feelings of emotions. Sometimes smaller waves, subtle thoughts. Whatever it is, do not grasp at it. Let it be as it is. And later, little subtle thoughts will appear just like ripples on the water, very subtle. But whether they are coarse or subtle, you should recognize them. And this is the way in which the meditation will develop, turn into good meditation. So the crucial point here is to recognize any thought that arises, and in this way let them go. And so then it says in the next line, if we engage, if we enjoy the sense pleasures without attachment, there is no need to abandon them. A yogin would let their 6 consciousnesses rest in the natural state. That is when we enjoy the sense pleasures, we, for example, we offer them to the deity. but let go of them because there's an attachment to them. So, for example, in the Samanta Bhadra prayer, it explains it very clearly, the kind of attachment that we have, and how we should deal with it. In this prayer it says, when attachment arises, you should neither abandon it nor reject it, but you should allow the mind to settle, rest in its natural state. Then awareness can hold its own. So whenever a thought arises of, this is what I need, I want that, then with mindfulness you should recognize the essence of that thought. If you do not recognize it, then it will lead to bondage. So for example, if there is some nice food, you want to eat that food, you recognize, oh, this is just an appearance. It is good, but it is just an appearance. Then there's no attachment. Then there's nothing wrong with eating that. But then at the same time, you will also be able to eat something that doesn't taste too good. For example, some pungent medicine, because it is good for your body. Basically, you would eat whatever is good for your health, and you would avoid whatever harms your health. Recognizing that this idea of good taste actually is a delusion, because not everyone has the same opinion about whether things taste good or not. We perceive things in different ways due to our elements and winds and so on. So we see things either as nice or unpleasant, pleasant or unpleasant. But there's nothing certain about it. It is a personal opinion or perception. We have whether we are rich or poor or whoever we are, we should abandon that which harms us and practice that which benefits the body, for example. And then to let the consciousness, the sixth consciousness is settled, that means that whatever it is that appears of the sense pleasures is all the same. There is no difference. A practitioner can eat something that is nice or something that is not so nice, and recognizes that a fixation to a thing being a certain way is not true. This is not how things really are. So when the thought, oh, this is so nice, arises, then one would recognize that with mindfulness and see, oh, this is clinging. Immediately one would recognize this feeling, and by recognizing it with clear awareness, this feeling will go away. And from that perspective, such a person can eat anything, whether it is pleasant or unpleasant. So in brief, if there is no attachment in the mind, then one can enjoy and partake of any of the sense pleasures. But what is crucial is to abandon the attachment to the sense pleasures.
서로 보고서 이거 선택을 이렇게 서로를 뒤에 초과시키가 그가 이까지 하면 서로가 좋고 강하게 이렇게를 그러나 이렇게 나와 있는 게 그래서 이거 이게 이제 나가 직접 내가 주막다고 해야지 이게 그래도 뭐다 내가 서로 가능한 게 그래서 지금 상태 이제 맞다 다바라니 그래서 뭐지 신용가 될 신이나 랑 그래 이제 맞지 그거만 당신 신용사가 신용이 하나 쳐다봐 나야 맞아봐 이 사람이 이렇게야 그거는 치마 딱봐 이거 맞아봐 그래서 어제 과제 차례 이게 무슨 양이 되더라고. 따지면 좀 그래. 이게 말에 말에 같이 담고 말이야. 그거다 비슷하네. 이 하고 있지. 그다 시에서 되라고. 참 아니 이 시합 문제 맞지? 좀 알아. 그러니까 세부터 초과하는데 내가도 다 거기서 먼저 남도 보고 남도랑 사고를 화방보고 지로지나가 남도 보면서 차단도 박하래 생도 초화도 되구나 다 계시 법자는 이 초화도 내가 가지고 그래 다 참아도 초화도 참아도 되고.
So then it says, even the Buddhas could not bring an end or stop the arising of the appearances of the six sense consciousnesses. A yogin is someone who does not perceive arising appearances as actual objects. The various objects of the senses, for example, are taste, touch, form, sight, and so forth, the six words perceived by the six sense consciousnesses. So we perceive things with the aggregate of feeling. Our body and mind feel things, and as a result of this feeling leads to an attachment, and that leads to clinging. So whenever we see an outer object, any object of the six senses, for example, you see a flower, you immediately should know that, oh, this is impermanent, it is a compound, and therefore it only arises temporarily. It is like an illusion. Then you would not become attached. And the same goes for your friends or your wealth and anything else, any other object. You should recognize that objects do not inherently exist. They are impermanent, they are illusory. It is really foolish to become attached to something that doesn't really exist. There's nothing to be attached to. And even if you look at yourself, the one who is attached, you will not find it. If you look at the object that you are attached to, it also doesn't really truly exist. So that is what we first need to understand and investigate. But then later, when we come to practice, then all we need to do is to rest in the natural state. Then there is no need to investigate. Then there is no need to think, oh, do things really exist or not? Are they impermanent or not? And then we don't investigate. So in the beginning we investigate, in the beginning we understand impermanence and so on. And then when we actually engage in practice, sustaining mindfulness, within that state only, without any investigation, all thoughts, all feelings will dissipate. And that is what we call liberation. What is liberated are the discursive thoughts from within the mind. Longchen Rabjam had said, when thoughts settle in their natural state, there is no need to abandon samsara. So all these various thoughts of attachment and aversion naturally dissipate only through sustaining mindfulness. This is something that we can apply to any of the objects that arise to us.
这样子的话，妄念就会当下练习，就像是大偏执者龙金嚷将，就是龙金巴大师所说的，当你反复成熟于了知到万法非实有的本质，那你就会从这样子的念头当中自然解脱。
我们在他这个看起来看起来，刑法中行业，这下说这个中，下说这这么一个套开的，一个套大大说的。 下头的，这个中行的，对呢，我这东西他妈的我就这个，我的天，这什么都，这光是，这没得，这个他妈的我什么啥子人没成，最主要的，这俺们大家看呢，他妈的我这这个差了我们不说，马这筹嘛，这把这筹嘛，那差了你了，这没路我说的，这路他妈都这么的，这些。 那现在的这到我们下来能打的这种他把中国嘛，不都教的不说的，中国刚才呀，那现在就是拉到有的，这新办的中国的，长期呢这到了长的他妈那个这把拉这把这个成的，那不是拖拉他这个的，非常都有的，这种新办的中学。 因为肯定多能上这个，你朗读的多，朗读这个下的，我这朗读这个下的，所以他们是我后来不搞的事情，他们唱歌不多的，我那这新的东西了，哪里会东西，这下可不的，这个东西的话，我们这样，没来错，这大人自己发现的。
And so to summarize the above points, what is most important is to understand the fault of clinging attachment. And so then what can we do for it not to arise? For that we need to apply mindfulness. And with discriminating wisdom, understand what are the faults of clinging attachment. For example, many young people like to smoke and smoke various drugs, or they like to drink and so on, because they think it tastes good, it makes them feel good, and then they become addicted to it. And then even in a worldly sense, for example, in a country like America, they would not even be considered as a normal member of their society. For example, they would not have a position in the army or find another job. So even though they have obtained a precious body, a human body, they are just like animals actually. And so those in the end, when they die, dying without any path, they will be born in the animal realm. But even when they are alive, they actually lose the real purpose and happiness of their life. And that is the fault of clinging attachment. For example, in terms of being attached to drinking or smoking and so on. Even in a worldly sense, for example, it destroys your liver, it wastes your life, and in the end it plunges you into the lower realms. So young practitioners especially should apply this wisdom that knows what to do and what not to do. And they should recognize that it might be nice, like the smoke might be nice, pleasant, but it is not good for me, and then they will be able to let go of it. So it is really important to understand the qualities of non-attachment and the faults of being attached. If there's no attachment, then you can partake any of the sense pleasures, then there is no harm. And that is a state where you're fine when sense pleasures are present, but you're just as fine when they're absent. So then they cannot cause any harm. And then next it says, please grant your blessings that the Guru's view, meditation and conduct naturally arise within myself. So this actually here refers to what comes next, the nails, the 3 nails that we mentioned during the empowerment of the view, meditation and the conduct. It is called a nail because it is like the essence of something, and also nail because it is stable or firm. For example, we use a nail to nail something down, so that means it implies some kind of stability. So a stability in the view, meditation and conduct. And so here we are asking to grant the blessings that our own view, meditation and conduct becomes equal to that of the Guru.
最终使自己的见解禅修行为跟上师达到完全一致。
그러나 그만마를 아와 부족한 속성도를 나중에 내어나 오토마틱 주가 파신도 나중에 내어요. 그래서 야 뭐하고 지금 막 보면 뭐가 나타나 아주 거리나 지지 갖고 나중에
So the view of the guru is the conventional bodhicitta, and if you cultivate the conventional bodhicitta, for example, then just naturally within that the 6 paramitas are complete. And when you see the ultimate truth, then just naturally the 5 afflictions, the 5 poisons will settle into the natural state. And then becoming liberated yourself, you can also help liberate others. So this is also a way in which we can understand those 3 meals. So it says the view has 3 nails, meditation has 3 nails, conduct has 3 nails, and operation has 3 nails. To explain the 3 nails of the view, everything that appears and exists gathers within the mind. Mind itself is the continuous nature of clarity. Mind cannot be identified. What is a view? So there's a worldly view, and that has to do with protecting one's own happiness and caring for one's own happiness in this life. But then there's also the view of the Dharma, and so that is, it says, everything that appears and exists gathers in the mind. So all the outer objects, everything that appears actually arises from the mind. So for example, a consciousness in the bardo before it takes birth, driven by its imprints and karmic forces, it enters the womb of the mother and then is born in this world. So this world therefore is created by the mind, and that which is created is impermanent, it is a compound. So the entire outer universe is a compound, impermanent. For example, each and every night many stars collapse, explode and become ashes. Many new stars are formed. Everything is constantly changing. Everything that arises is like an illusion, it is impermanent. And then when you look at the one who created it all, that is the mind itself, there's nothing to be seen. It is like space, it is empty. And so all the objects that we see and the inner perceiving mind are actually one within the mind, and they are empty and do not really exist. So all appearances, everything that appears and exists is created by the mind. And when we meditate, the mind should not follow any thoughts of past, present, and future. That mind that is as it is, naturally, that mind can neither said to be existing nor can it said to be non-existing. It is neither a duality nor not a duality. It is the view of the middle way. It cannot be given a name. This mind is the mind, the single basis from which everything that appears and exists, the entire universe arises from. So therefore it says everything that appears and exists gathers within the mind.
这个就叫做圣意中观见，如此的见解是先抉择，第一个层次上就要先抉择一切显现存有为心。
我的老师们觉得，那对生命的不知道肯定他没有主要，就是花巧克力，有的生活就定的在生活之间的，花吃不花吃，花不吃就嘛，生活的自己真不用来他花巧克力，是吧？要考虑的时候有什么？ 经常说，你搞研究，人家上了研究了，就是不人家上了研究了，人家没让不可不是弄的，你说哪不是第一个资源，你就没让可能是第三方去装，第二去了，这个呢，这一块差的哪里有是呢？那个咱没什么跟特定的我们就做特定的嘛，啥时间就做的，这特定的话因为没得。 实际上，他特定的话，你自己把吃虫子、长把这个，你就把这些生物你就让你这特别到当的这种哪的话，你必须啊，不让它搞到的，他不让这玩意上嘛这个，像你把到那个，你看把它开了，这个搞的，像你把到没让这无这么长的，这个没让你们搞的，也没让这我这这个大的个嘛，这些人。 没有这个第一冲的时候，就是到那拿现在是吧？那是现在这个。
And so all appearances are the mind. And so we can understand that all the appearances, that is all the sentient beings, are created by the mind. But then it's more difficult to understand how the outer universe, the world, actually is created by the mind. So how is that created? It is created through our collective imprints and collective karmas. For example, when you sleep at night, your body lies there sleeping in bed, but your mind is dreaming, and your mind creates the entire universe, its own universe and its own sentient beings. And in the dream, you experience all sorts of things. So that is the habitual imprint that creates the universe. So for example, we are in Taiwan, and all the Taiwanese people will think that we are from Taiwan, we are in Taiwan. And when they go to a different country, then they feel that now I'm not in Taiwan, I'm in a foreign place. And all of us have this kind of perception. And so this is how the outer world naturally is created, by our perception of the mind, just like in a dream. So now we think that dreams are illusions, dreams are not real, but actually later when we die, even this lifetime that we think is real will appear just like a dream. When we die and we come into the bardo, then this lifetime will become a fading memory, just like a dream, and the bardo will become our reality. So there is no difference at all. And therefore, in brief, we need to understand all appearances are created by one's own mind, and understanding that is helpful in order to let go of our clinging fixation to this life.
状况其实并没有不同。实际上更进一步来讲，现在的生活跟梦也是如此的。现实生活跟梦在根本的究竟本质上来讲，它的一切显现跟存有都是有心所造，这是没有任何真实性可言，皆是相同的。
当地这个国际化，国际这个差不多，国际这个程度是吧？消费社会做大了，他们去过嘛，他们社会这种的好好的做了，他们生好好的，生意少了嘛就大，生意少了嘛就大，就这样，少量的，那个再切工，把刀拿西钱，把它去打。 남발 시바 나한테 가서 서로 이제 나가 나한테 제가 좋아라서 나가서 지금 나가 시바 나한테 자와 내가 이종에 봤다 대처 딱게 가면 대처도 수준다 그런 말이지 딱게 가면 또 가면 양을 요들라고 요들라고 나사 못 하는 거 치 차와서 손도 잡아 손을 내가 잡아 손을 내가 얘를 치 차와서 잡아 그래서 손도 그런다 뭐 따면 너 그냥 못 가는데 어디 시험을 줘도 아이도 어디다 비싸고 너도 뭐 어떤 무정에 봤다 새 인기 문제도 그러고 조금 답게다고 사실은 그거도 사실 맞아 맞아 빨리 제가 그런 무정에 봤다 이 하고 또 하고 그래서 나와서 봐도 샘 하고 그래서
Then it says the innate mind itself is the continuous nature of clarity. So first of all we recognize that everything that appears and exists, samsara and nirvana, is created by the mind. And then when you look at that mind, then there is nothing there at all. So the mind itself is the continuous nature of clarity. This is how it creates the universe. So in order to understand the entire universe, you need to look at your mind. There is no need to know every phenomenon in the universe. If you know your own mind, you know everything. So mind is a continuous nature of clarity, is that even in an ordinary sense, there is an awareness that is doing things. We feel an urge to do this or to do that, I need to do this and that and so on. So that is the clarity of the mind. And a sentient being who has not realized the nature of the mind, for them we call this an ordinary consciousness. So this ordinary discriminating consciousness discriminates various outer objects. It discriminates happiness and suffering, various feelings. And that is discriminating awareness, that is the clarity. So this is something that no one, the nature of this awareness is something that no one can identify. We cannot put it into words, because if we try to put it into words, we either have to say it exists or that it doesn't exist. And when we talk about its existence, we cannot do that because it is empty like space. It is so subtle that no one can see it, as we have learned today during the empowerment. But then we think, okay, then it doesn't exist. But then again we become confused, because we cannot say it doesn't exist because it creates all of samsara and nirvana too. So then what is it? It is clear and it is empty. We cannot identify the mind. So therefore it is something that we cannot investigate in terms of existence or non-existence. Apart from the Buddha, no one can actually really identify the nature of the mind. So understanding that point is to understand the view. So what we call the view actually means the mind. The view is the mind.
这样子对心性的本来的认识就叫做见。
我们这是西藏啊，那过去过头了吧？我们看的咱那多忙不了，那多忙不了呢？那过去的是吧？那过十几七八十我就还好多种经常嘛的，那过全那么的没有了，在那哪怕是把那些。 没有了，去过那都没干过了，到马这块，那多的去过也没把那个西瓜芒果出来的，去批的西瓜烧的，那种呢就因为柴火，那都可以看到这西瓜烧的这个，就帮着嘛送啊，西瓜烧的这个没有了，然后呢就就是这个买，这样。 能够去过，能够去过考完了，考了去吧，就能够去把那个，西班牙呢，他们也是他们那个，因为我看那些的话，你从那里网上我丢了，对那个，我们去的话就咱们能够在这里，叫那个麻烦呀，那不是不麻烦的，帮我打东西，这把人查出来，现在可能没什么就这个。 我们家去年就用了，这地方这把手打的，
And then it says to explain the three nails of meditation. First it says discursive thoughts are dharmakaya. We have mentioned before, when we meditate, many thoughts arise. And here it says we should recognize thoughts as dharmakaya. And so that means we recognize the thoughts clearly with awareness, and then let them be without thinking anything, without continuing to think about that. And if you just let the thought be as it arises, it will dissipate on its own, just like a wave on water or a cloud in the sky. So thoughts being dharmakaya means that thoughts dissolve when you recognize them. So regarding that, there are many explanations, but in brief, it refers to the clear awareness that is sustained, and thereby naturally dissolves, all thoughts that arise dissolve on their own. For example, it is just like a reflection appearing in a mirror. If you do not become controlled, if you don't follow those thoughts, they will naturally disappear. Just like reflection in a mirror will never stay, they will again disappear. So this is what is meant with thoughts are liberated. That is, thoughts arise, but they are rendered powerless. For example, anger arises. In an instant, the next moment, it has already dissolved. So whichever of the afflictions arises, if your mindfulness is clear, if you meditate, that thought will disappear. But those who do not know how to meditate, they will act out on the anger, and they will say one thing, say another thing, and they will start fighting with each other and so on. And that is because they grasp. But those who know how to meditate, they will not grasp at the thought. It is that if there is grasping, there is no view. So the essence of the thoughts being dharmakaya is not grasping at the thoughts and allowing them to dissolve. And this dissolving of the thoughts is the dharmakaya nature of the thoughts. The thoughts, when they are liberated, are the dharmakaya. So that is that when thoughts, when the 6 afflictions or the 5 afflictions become liberated, that is, when you meditate, then they transform into the 5 wisdoms. However, if you do not meditate and they arise, then they become like poison. For example, in the Dzogchen teachings, it explains that when you recognize the afflictions upon arising, then they become actually a form of they actually become the nature of the Dhyani Buddhas, the 5 Buddha families. For example, when anger arises and you meditate, then this anger assumes the nature of the mirror-like wisdom, and that is the nature of Vajrasattva. Then pride, the nature of pride, when purified, is Ratnasambhava. the nature of attachment when purified is amitabham, the nature of jealousy when purified is amoghasiddhi, and the nature of ignorance when purified is vairocana. So ignorance is a state of mind that is unclear, that doesn't recognize itself, that holds on to the idea of an I, that perceives a self. So someone who knows how to meditate sustains a state of clarity, watches their mind at any time. And when there's clarity and constant vigilance, then whatever thoughts arise, you recognize them. And then they will naturally dissipate. For example, awareness is like fire in an oven or a stove. And the thoughts, the afflictions are like the wood. So no matter how much wood you throw into the oven, into the fire, if there is fire, all the wood will also become fire. So this is similar to transforming the 6 afflictions or the 5 afflictions into the 5 wisdoms. And the 5 wisdoms are the nature of the 5 dhyani Buddhas, the deities. And so this is how the various countless deities in Pure Lands emerge. So when that happens, when the 6 afflictions become the 5, or the 5 afflictions become the 5 wisdoms, the afflictions dissolve and there's no feeling of them left behind. And then their mere arising will not affect you, will not harm you in any way. So this is what we call liberation of thoughts. When they are liberated, they manifest as the 5 wisdoms. So this is how the 5 afflictive emotions, the 5 poisons, transform into the 5 wisdoms if we sustain the view.
这时候，在这个当中，我们就不会再受到妄念迷乱的支配，如此一来，妄念就不再对我们有害。
So innate awareness is the continuous nature of clarity, or also great within clarity, also within bliss there is some great clarity. And so always abiding within this nature of clarity is very blissful. When thoughts, for example, arise, an affliction arises and it is liberated, every time it is liberated, clear awareness increases, becomes stronger and stronger. And that awareness, the nature of this awareness is unchanging, great bliss. Unchanging because it actually never goes, it is always there. That is what we call the great bliss of Dharmakaya. So the nature of the mind is like space, and within the space-like nature of the mind there is actually no suffering. So that is the great blissful nature of the mind, or the union of bliss and emptiness. And it says that this nature of awareness is unfabricated. And so that means that when you meditate, there is nothing that you need to do, nothing that you need to do to this awareness. you just let it be as it is and continue to sustain this natural state. Whenever you grasp at a thought, then that is fabrication. So in the Dzogchen, for example, it says, do not lose your awareness, but sustain awareness with stability. So that is not to fall under the control, under the power of the thoughts and the afflictions. Whenever you become controlled by thoughts and afflictions, feelings of suffering arise. So sustaining awareness means not to be controlled by thoughts and afflictions, but to continue to abide within the clear and natural state that is greatly blissful. Then it says, to explain the 3 nails of conduct, the 10 virtuous deeds are not cultivated. That means that when you recognize you have actualized this union of clarity and emptiness, then compassion remains naturally and always. And the essence of that are the 6 paramitas. So therefore, as a result, there is no actual virtue that is deliberately practiced, but just naturally everything you do becomes the benefit and well-being, happiness of sentient beings. And it says the 10 non-virtuous deeds are not abandoned. And so that is, so what is a non-virtuous deed really? Non-virtue is something that arises from self-grasping. Because of self-grasping, afflictions arise, and with afflictions we engage in non-virtuous actions. So this is how we accumulate non-virtue. But someone who has cultivated the twofold bodhicitta has no self-grasping. And if there is no self-grasping, there is also no affliction to be abandoned. Then naturally, effortlessly, there is no non-virtue that need to be abandoned. One is naturally pure. So when there is self-grasping, there's naturally a fault. And when self-grasping is absent, then the mind naturally engages or practices or cultivates good qualities. And then it's there is nothing to be abandoned with antidotes. And the actual ultimate antidote is this awareness of clarity and emptiness. And if you just sustain this awareness, if you're able to just abide within clear awareness that is empty, then naturally that is the antidote. Nothing else needs to be accomplished. Naturally all non-virtue is purified, and naturally all virtue is accomplished.
所以呢，安住在明空无双运的觉性境界当中，就不需要刻意的对峙。
사지라는 게 생이 얘네 사지라는 게 생가와 성질이 바빠야 돼. 바빠서 끝까지 바빠. 오늘 노래 바빠라. 얘네 바빠야 돼. 바빠야 돼. 바빠만 놓잖아. 이 사지에 짜고 그러면 아, 더 나의 생산에 성질 자사방에 송사이들이 남아서 생물에 대한 다 나도 그만 따라하는 거 말이지. 저 소답 사기에 있는 거는 생파 사기에 대해서.
And then to explain the three nails of the fruition, it says that samsara is not to be abandoned, nirvana is not to be accomplished, your own mind is the Buddha. So it is your own mind primordially is the Buddha, and so therefore there is no other Buddha to be found elsewhere. And that is the fruition, to recognize your own mind to be the Buddha. So when the mind is completely clear, when the mind is purified, then that itself is the Buddha. Or in Dzogchen, it refers to the primordial purity, pure from the very beginning. So when the mind, once you have purified your mind, the Buddha is just that, and there is no Buddha to be sought elsewhere. Maitreya has said in the Uttara Tantra, the mind itself is the Buddha, that mind that need not purify anything and need not attain anything. So there is no fault to be removed, and there is no quality to be added to the mind. The mind as it is in its pure state is the Buddha. So how one's own mind becomes the Buddha is that first we cultivate a conventional bodhicitta. In the beginning we give rise to love and compassion, and then increase this love and compassion until we have great compassion. And when there is great compassion, then no matter what you do, you can continue to engage in your worldly activities or dharma activities. No matter what you do, in your mind you will always think about others, and you will think, how can I help them? How can I benefit sentient beings? May I be of benefit to sentient beings? When that mind is always present within you, then you have cultivated the conventional bodhicitta. And with that mind, when you then begin to meditate, you will see the nature of the mind like space. You will realize that within that there is no duality. There's only different bodies, just like you have two vases. But the inside emptiness of each vase is the same. So when you break the vase, then the emptiness in each of those vases becomes the same. Or for example, when you pick up a drop of ocean water, you might say, oh, this is the ocean and this is the drop, but when you pour the drop into the ocean, you realize that there is no separation. So the mind of the Buddhas is like the ocean. When all dualistic grasping has been cleared away, you realize non-dual primordial wisdom. You realize that there is no duality, there's only one mind. Primordial wisdom because it has been there since primordial times, and wisdom because it knows all things. It is always there, it has always been there in the past, and in the future it will always be there. Even if you go and fall into the 3 lower realms, it will not get any worse. Even if you attain enlightenment, it will not get any better. We give it different names, such as Vajradhara and so forth.
它原来就有，那个智慧呢，指的是它了知一切。这样的智慧，过去有，现在有，未来也有。不管是将来往上解脱或成佛，或者往下堕入于3个道，它一直都如此。这样的智慧，它有着不同的名称，有的时候我们就称它叫金刚持。
这是我们这个群体工作者，群体工作者就是呢，就是我们这就是。这群体文化就是这个考虑的，去经营群体，去经营活吧，到去经营就比如说啊，美国啊，这里就咱们接着说嘛，第二就这一个，当地的牛毛的时候是不能把这个一个的，这个活吧这些，当然的就马上活吧差的有的，这去经营就比如说啊，那个，就比如说了，这个第二怎么就这个中间就比如说啊，那个。群体就哪里我当时多半年，我当时多半年搞一个越么吧，哪怕多半年，10年说嘛，就把它搞一个，这多半年行了，你我当时多半年，我当时就别多半年什么，你吃不得什么，没法的，你就这个吧，没法，就这个做干呀没事，我当时多半年就是，这一活到，这把我说什么妈的。搞的就是那多差的，那多适当全部的差了呢。我媳妇搞的这个适当的，我们一些适当不管差的适当看这个嘛，要不然就适当看不管你们别人家把不管差的这个，就比如我从这部分有这样一样嘛的，我这个适当的马戏呢，可别说我当时上了，这个适当的来上了。因为这样的理解没有，他自己主要是理解出来了没有的，理解没有，那个我的他反对没有嘛的，本来学当的差到我来上了，这个说法的人就说我这话这些老师包括这些对吧？民国的，别的别的上的啊，从这上面说容易的，就是这些情况的，我咋搞的？我反对没有嘛，这个我当不懂嘛的，群体动物就是群体保障就是他们动物的，这下活动真的你，这里就那多点多嘛你下活动，你那多的，这把给吃不上，这高质比较要的，到大地然后你那个下活，这个就如果是听不到话的，那如果你怎么做的成功了，那没人就马上从有了，那你大地里面了，城里面了，变成这个人了。哪怕是这个地位，哪怕去把这个给到华山，你让这种的，一你大地你晓得吗？这个要摸的，那都辛苦的，这群体动物这群体爬到什么？群体动物这我当时动物就是就动物
Then it says, these 12 nails come down to a single one, the nail of empty dharmata. So what does that mean, the nail of empty dharmata? So there is the phenomenon, and then there is the dharmata, is the nature of all phenomena, or we can say the relative and the ultimate truth. So first, on the relative level, when in the phenomenal world, karma is infallible. That is, if we give rise to the cause of love and compassion, it will lead to happiness, and if we give rise to self-grasping and the afflictions, then we will experience unbearable suffering. However, samsara and samsaric experiences are temporary, like a dream or like an illusion. So then the dharmata, or the nature of those phenomena, the ultimate truth, the dharmata, the ultimate truth is emptiness. So that is, one recognizes that all those causes, the thoughts and the afflictions, arise from the mind, just like waves on the water. So when you recognize them to be empty, you recognize their ultimate truth. And then from that perspective, karma is empty. So there might, to some people, there might be a discrepancy or a contradiction. On the one hand, we say that the karma is infallible, and on the other hand, we say that ultimately it all doesn't exist, it's empty. But actually, no, there is no distinction. For example, a person who understands that and who gets angry immediately will recognize that anger is not really there, it is empty. And then that anger cannot do anything. For example, when the cause of anger is empty, then the result of hell is also empty. When the seed of a flower is burned, then there will be no sprout growing from that. On the other hand, somebody who doesn't understand the nature of anger, they will continue to think about it and think that, oh, this person harmed me. And then they will continue to accumulate karmas of anger. And as a result, certainly there will be a corresponding result of that. But then again, even though a result ripens, that result also will not always remain. It will change again. But temporarily, as a result of hatred and jealousy and so forth, we take birth, for example, as a scorpion or poisonous snake and so on, all kinds of different forms. But whenever that karma is purified again, we come back, for example, to the human world. And in this way we go around in circles and nothing ever stays the way it is. So ultimately all is empty dharmata. So when you understand that, you understand the empty nature of the thoughts arising. When you know that, you will not cling to those thoughts, and therefore thoughts will become liberated. You will be able to let go of those thoughts. When you realize a non-dual nature of self and others, you will see a person, but you will not think that this is a real, actual, substantial person. You will see, but you will know that within the mind there is no self and other. For example, you have one hand and then different fingers. You have like two fingers and one hand, but it's still one hand. So this is how you will understand it when self-grasping is cleared away. So then the mind will remain as it is and let go of whatever arises. So that is what is meant with the nail, the empty nail of dharmata. It refers to the ultimate truth of emptiness, a time when causes become empty.
这个就像是拳头跟指头，就是我们当用手指人跟我们的手本身，它只是相的不同，本质并没有任何的不同，所以要从法性空去看待一切，如此就能够超越分别念。
And it says then, this nail is planted by the precious Guru again and again until realization dawns within your mind. And so this Guru is someone who has attained realization, who has realized the view and possesses great compassion. And the disciple possesses devotion. And then through this relation of compassion and devotion, the Guru introduces the disciple with various words and instructions. And in the beginning, the disciple gains an understanding. And then if the disciple continues to practice devotion ongoingly, the disciple will realize that their own mind and the mind of the Guru are actually the same on the basis, in their basic nature. So that is the connection of the ultimate truth. And then also one recognizes that one's own bodhicitta, one's own love and compassion is the same as the Guru's compassion. And actually bodhicitta is most important. To recognize one's own bodhicitta to be one with the Guru's bodhicitta is most important. So in this way we recognize our mind to be one with the Guru, just like the string of a mala garland. We are connected to the Guru on the basis of both two types of bodhicitta, on the ultimate and conventional level. So then when that connection is established, then the realized view of the Guru's mind will come to your own mind, and you realize it, and you suddenly understand and you know, oh, this is how it actually is. And in this way doubts will be cleared away. But if you investigate and think and try to figure it out, doubts will actually only increase. Actually all doubts can become clarified if you just sustain a mind of devotion. So when this nail is planted, so then sometimes when we meditate and this nail is planted, a feeling arises and we just naturally understand. So sometimes when we meditate, for example, a strong feeling of devotion or compassion arises, and at this time just naturally you just know for yourself. At this time naturally the mind becomes completely empty. And so this happens sometimes, but it doesn't always happen. But it is something that must happen naturally. So sometimes it naturally does happen. And when it happens, in this moment, you will have a feeling of just resolve and knowing that this is the nature of mind. I take a break for 30 minutes. No, where is it? I was thinking myself.
They asked me to send
Huh?
the secretary. I sent the email to the secretary.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, what's
But I didn't get it.
Oh, yeah. That would be really...
So what's the translation you have?
Oh, this is just being empowerment, just be aligned.
Oh, okay.
It's not similar though.
Okay.
It's better than nothing.
就这样错开。
您手边还在进行什么事情，请尽快结束，我们下一堂课快开始了。提醒新来的法友，手机请关机，不是关静音，请关机，因为我们在做全球的网络连线，谢谢。
principalna det var ju så. Det är ju någonting som gör det området och djurkarriären med det. Man får så tillka ut för att göra det. 马后朝的其他还有还好我生意，因为老早就我家呢，有几个没的，那不对了嘛的，我什么还要那些，因为就是这种高，我也能这种不了的，你这种的行业，就是当做没有办法。他这个当大家考上了，人家这种的就不了，这种的你没办法，这种他们就不了。别人这炒菜能炒龙凤学到的，这多嘛讲呢？这炒龙快来说，对，但是那个大的菜说，你那么大就不，人哪能给这创造你把差多，人家弄不了的，老刘云还是大时候的，只能说，要不是网络的上面的，他们那个人家朋友。我忙活，我就马开始了。我抓紧从原来就是抓紧就是没拉红，吃饭就炒哦，他这些吧，我没看了，你把切都一个人也能吃过的，我忙活，后来弄出来烧饭，也弄成有的，这个生意到了这把年，他可能人家吃饭手里赚的了。你到底他说我这里他说自己还是年轻的，这个也老的，这个文化，我就说他说话呢就是不会了的，这样这你从这就是这个呢，我这不都不大讲了，你要他说没有差的，真的没人都能他把不行看到我们怎么，其他没啥的，你那个从这个做了，你让大人说回来了，就啥过来。
So in the end, before we have said co-emergent realization drives it home. Actually there is an experience that I personally have. I received several instructions on Mahamudra from various lamas and did gain some understanding there. But sometimes it also happens that if you meet a very precious lama, precious guru, there's nothing that they actually need to say, and in an instant one just knows. And that is because there's nothing new to be actually given to us, because the view is actually unchanging. Often we have doubts about whether it is this or whether it is not this, and sometimes in an instant when we see, for example, a precious guru, all the continuous stream of thoughts and afflictions suddenly falls apart, and there's no more doubt in the mind. And in this moment oneself can recognize without any doubt. One knows in this moment, and that is just like pouring hot water over an ice block. Immediately the ice will melt. If the water is only lukewarm, then the ice block will only melt slowly. So often when you meet a very precious guru, all of a sudden the doubts all fall apart in one instant. That is why the spiritual teachers are so precious. For example, in the past, when Drubang Rinpoche, who is a real Vajradhara, when he came to America, there were some students who wanted to go ask him some questions, but when they came into his presence, all of a sudden they had no more questions, and they just knew the answer. They decided that this is the answer. So in this circumstance, actually just seeing him is more powerful than actually talking to him. So that is a very significant experience that many disciples, and also I myself, have had. So often it all of a sudden just falls apart, and there's no more question in the mind. So this is when you recognize the view and then continue to practice on the basis of that, your practice will quickly improve. In order for this to happen, it is necessary to recognize all the various thoughts that arise continuously. And so the point is to practice ongoingly, because it is not enough to just think, oh, I can let the thoughts go when they come, and then then be careless, because then you will not be able to work with them when they arise. Because mindfulness is like fire, and if you do not always nurture this fire, then it will become weak. So therefore it is important to recognize each and every subtle thought, to always make an effort, and not to be careless, to be very careful, to recognize all of those thoughts, and not to let them slip by and be unmindful at certain times.
근데 남들 깨놓은데 근데 남이 깨면 당신은 놀란 남들이 이미 강해 공감이 되는데 남절 날 모르시고 강해 신이 까마데 남을 줄 하고 신이 남마데 남을 줄은 돈이 신이 까마데 남을 줄은 돈에 대한 남들 봐 남들 대해서 남들 또 하시네 랑 제가 혼나서 투지도 옛날에 나한테 대다가 가게 정말 나이 예미 또 열심히 대체 나는 가르쳐라 많이 해가고 봐 나는 나이 예미 또 가르치 이 나지죠 그래서
下面讲到了我
So it says these tools provide some teachings are meant to be shared. They occur to the mind of the yogi who put them to song. Like a jewel. So these instructions are like a jewel. And then it says here the tools. And so a yogi, for example, what is a yogi? So the Tibetan term for yogi is naljoa. And so that means literally the first syllable nal refers to the pure nature of the mind as it is. And jor is to apply, so to apply the pure nature, to abide within, to practice the pure nature of the mind, abide within this pure nature. And so when a guru has realized the inseparability of self and others, often they do not have to say anything at all. Just whatever they do will become a teaching to others. Whatever they do will cause the self-grasping of others to fall apart.
与他接触的人，而不需要透过讲述。由于他平息了自心的我执，他也能够平息他人内心的我执。
여러 나라에 있는데 나도 사자치 뭐 뭔가 알았어. 돈이 이렇게 된거 돈이야. 돈이 이렇게 세대로 나고 함께 가서 셈 유가요가 남아도 셈마기가 나도 예방하 뭐 지금 성장 보고 보장 잘 지가 싸우고 공부하지 하면 노력을 저기 사람들 연습이 와요. 저런 게 있고 사들 이런 실제적으로 싸우려는 얘기를 하고 다 하고 싸우려는 얘기 싸우려는 얘기 노동과도 싸우려는 거 하고 그런 것도 동작이 나도 용이다 나도 내려서는 나도 도서는 제가 하고 싸워야 돼. 공무원 싸워야 돼. 이게 지워요. 说东西肉这东西肉，你全部这个管理管理，你早晚没法讲，咱们可能讲不好，这个问题啊，你。
So one time Milarepa was asked by some scholars about his realization of Mahamudra, and so they said that, you have not studied anything, you haven't learned much, so how can you actually practice Mahamudra? How do you meditate on Mahamudra? And so next is the song of Milarepa's response to that question. And so first it says, at the time I am meditating on Mahamudra, I rest without struggle in actually real being. I rest relaxed in a freedom from wandering space. I rest in a clarity cradled, in emptiness space. This is the mind, resting in the mind that is free of all concepts, of all afflictions, the mind that is always there, the pure mind as it is, without doing anything to it. So when you meditate, sometimes there is a moment when past thoughts have stopped and future thoughts not yet arisen, and then an experience of complete emptiness arises. And at this moment, it is necessary to be clear, because if you only understand, if there's only emptiness but there's no recognition of this emptiness, then emptiness on its own is of no benefit. For example, the mind of animals, or when we sleep, is also completely empty, but it is useless emptiness. So the crucial point is clarity. The crucial point of the view is the quality of clarity that recognizes the emptiness, recognition. So there is a clear knowing capacity that knows its own empty nature. So when you meditate, there is an awareness that knows, now there is no thought, now there is a thought in the mind. And that is most important. And so this is what we call the union of clarity and emptiness, or the uncontrived natural state of the mind. And so Milarepa said Mahamudra is to abide without any effort, without any hardship, naturally abide within this nature. So it says a rest relaxed in free from wandering space. So what is the difference between wandering or distraction and non-distraction? When we are distracted, thoughts arise, but there is no awareness, no recognition of those thoughts. So we are controlled by those thoughts. We think about this and that. For example, we get angry when we are distracted, and first of all, the I is there. The I arises first, and then we think about it. We think, oh, this person was not nice to me, or this person was nice to me, and so on. We have all kinds of thoughts related to the I. So this is when we are controlled by the I, and these kind of thoughts are ordinary thoughts. But somebody who possesses recognition awareness, when a thought arises, even though a thought arises, if they recognize the thought, actually that is what we call non-distraction. So that awareness is like fire. It's a state of non-distraction, and when you recognize whatever thought arises, even if thoughts arise, then the mind abides in a relaxed state. So it says, I rest in clarity cradled in emptiness space. So, for example, when we remain within a state of non-distraction, in one supplication prayer to the Gurus, it says, when you remain free from distraction, you're planting the victory banner of mindfulness. So it is just like planting the flag of a country, for example, or a victory banner on a high mountain. So it is a sign of accomplishment. So that is when whatever thoughts arise, all sorts of thoughts arise, more subtle, more coarse thoughts, at all times you should watch the mind, and sometimes focus, sometimes relax. Focus means to always watch the mind, and relax means that when thoughts arise, to remain within a relaxed, natural state. So this is how we practice focus and relaxation together. So whatever thought arises, let them naturally arise, and they will naturally dissolve into emptiness. So of the emptiness and clarity, what is more important is actually the clarity aspect. With clarity, we recognize. Clarity means to recognize all the subtle and the more coarse thoughts. Actually, that is meditation. There's actually no other meditation than to just be mindful and aware of whatever arises. What can we do as a method to sustain or develop clarity? Actually, the position of one's body makes a big difference. For example, if we sit very loose and kind of lean back, very relaxed, that naturally feels better, that is more comfortable, but actually it also leads to sleepiness and unclarity. On the other hand, if your back is completely straight, if you straighten your back, then naturally through the movements of the force of the wind energies, the mind will become clear. So there is a big difference here. When we sit very relaxed and loose and we lean back, it's very comfortable, but then the more we lean, the more comfortable it gets, and then it's falling asleep is even better. So then in the end we become attached, we cling to the comfortable bliss. So it is that Milarepa says that allow a bliss to settle within awareness. And so that means that whenever you feel comfortable, you should recognize, oh, now I have become attached to bliss. And that is awareness. So what are we supposed to do? In order to clear away this fault of sleepiness and leaning, more relaxed, we should change our body posture and sit with a completely straight back. And then the other body parts, for example the hands and the legs, you can place them in whichever position is comfortable to you. For example, for most people, sitting in a cross-legged position is difficult. So Jigten Sumgön and actually also Nupa Rinpoche always says that when you sit with a straight back, then actually the wind energies will naturally abide in the navel center. And it says, I rest unruffled in non-conceptual space. So non-conceptual here means that thoughts do arise, but you do not follow those thoughts, you do not investigate those thoughts. So non-conceptuality actually does not mean that there are no thoughts, but it means that thoughts are liberated upon arising. They arise and they dissolve, arise and dissolve, and they never stay. You never cling to them. So what is the difference between conceptuality and non-conceptuality? Conceptuality means that when thoughts arise, we begin to get involved in those thoughts. One thought leads to the next and to the next, so we follow the thoughts. So that is conceptuality. Non-conceptuality means that thoughts still might arise, but naturally, effortlessly, as they arise, they already dissolve, just like a wave on water. So they naturally dissolve on their own. So that is called the wisdom of non-conceptuality, where we say that all the thoughts become the Sambhogakaya, all the thoughts become the deity, and that is when thoughts dissolve into the natural space. Then it says, in variety space, I rest in equipoise. Variety space means that a variety of thoughts arise, of virtue, non-virtue, happiness and suffering. But within the natural state, they all are the same. You can let them be all being the same, and that is what we refer to as the wisdom of equanimity. So when we meditate, sometimes a great devotion to the Guru arises, and sometimes compassion for sentient beings, or through our pure perception, a vision of the deity might appear. So when we meditate, all kinds of manifestations and thoughts, sometimes coarse thoughts of attachment and aversion and so forth can arise. But if you have recognized the view, you just continue to meditate. And various thoughts may appear, but whatever arises becomes great equanimity. It all is the same. So the point is that awareness must hold its own, and no matter what arises, awareness must remain with stability.
자기 산이 똑같은 잡을 차로 대상이 차로도 돌로로 돌로로 이 바람에가 뭐만 연동들을 돌은 연동 때 차는 거예요. 이 눈이 다 나쁜 상황이라면 차이는 나쁜 상황을 많이는 높아하고 말이에요. 심하면 가실 때 무시 차기 거예요. 무시 차는 이제 가고 상적으로 말이에요. 차기는 개인적으로 말이에요. 다른 민족자는 그런 체도 말이지. 다른 우파들 말이 하고 싶은 분들이 많아요. 인간이 야가 그래서 미신하고 찾아서 근데 잘 좋고요. 참 가르쳐는 잘 좋고요. 다른 민족 좋고요. 사실은 좋고요. 영화 기간에 무엇 친구의 말이다. 이 강이라서 또 그런 말고 화사한 이야기들이 이거를 전적으로 이제는 대마시나 이제는 딱지로 이렇게 찾아서 내도지 치와는 차단으로 초과돼 내고 이거를 차단 차이로 말이에요. 같이 갖고 있는 남한테 맞춰 준다 보이나 이제 우리가 차오 이거 차 이제 가는 나서 차오 시간 차단을 똑바로 있는 거 이게 당시 나가는 거죠. 가는 것들은 바람서 뭘 같이 하고 나비 미신하서 차서.
And so it says, and resting like this is native mind itself, a wealth of certainty manifests endlessly. So this wealth of certainty, this certainty is that no matter what arises, pleasant and unpleasant experiences, they all become liberated. And then you gain an experience of, oh, now it has become liberated, it has dissolved. So a beginning practitioner first needs to gain this experience of the liberation of conceptuality. And so also often various pure visions might manifest, but if there is no clinging to them, then they cause no harm. And as a result, actually, some practitioners develop clairvoyant powers. But then there is no need to reject them or to accept them in any way. Let them be as they arise, without attachment. Milarepa had said, when the qualities of the view arise, of meditation arise, do not hold them to be a good thing or a bad thing. Do not reject or accept them, but let them be equal. So anything can arise, and it is fine for anything to arise. For example, sometimes you might see the deity arising and so forth. But whatever arises, we should not investigate it and hold it to be true, a truly existing thing that actually arises. So we should not wonder about it and even question it. What is that? Just let it be whatever it is, and then it will transform into a siddhi, an accomplishment. On the other hand, if you grasp at it, investigate it, it will lead to more thoughts of attachment and aversion, or hope and fear. So hope is actually a subtle form of attachment, and fear a subtle form of aversion. So we wonder, is this good? Is this a good sign? What does this mean? So even that is a very subtle form of attachment, a subtle hope. So even that we should let be. So what is most important is that no matter what it is that arises, to just let it be equal, let it settle in a space of equanimity. And so actually the best form of certainty is to be able to gain the experience to let go of whatever arises. So at times when very powerful thoughts and emotions and really great difficulties arise, and you are able to meditate and really let all thoughts go without grasping at anything at all, then you will gain an experience of, oh, my meditation actually is of benefit. You experience how it is of benefit. So that is the best kind of certainty to attain, because as you develop this experience, this certainty will become stronger and stronger, and later, even if the very powerful thoughts arise, you will be able to let go of them just effortlessly. So of all the forms of certainty, this is the most supreme one. And so what this certainty also refers to is the most subtle workings of karma, cause and effect. We understand then that even when we give way, when we fall under the power of even the most subtlest affliction, we accumulate even the most subtle of karma, and that will result in even the most subtlest result in the future. By practicing in this certainty, actually one's trust in karma will increase. So it is important to understand the subtlety of karma, and that is to be found within one's own mind, the affliction. So then, understanding that the very moment the affliction arises, immediately you will oppose it. You will be able to let go of it. So that is the greatest certainty. It is the trust in karma. It is to know that the affliction is the cause that will lead to the result of suffering. Karma is karma and emptiness actually are a union. Because if we just say, oh, everything is empty, then we will ignore the causes, and ignoring the causes will lead to a proliferation of ordinary afflictions. Then there is a danger that we become carried away by mere words, not really understanding the meaning. So that is something to be careful about, to really observe the subtlest working of karma, cause and effect, and to gain the experience that when I let go of an affliction, it actually transforms into primordial wisdom. So that direct experience of this dissolution of affliction is the best sort of certainty. So, for instance, in the Rupa Khagya lineage, it is said, if you recognize the nature of afflictions, they become an ocean of all suffering becomes an ocean of nectar. So that means that then when one recognizes the nature of the 5 afflictions, then no matter how many arise, the more arise, the better it is. It is just like pouring oil into a very strong fire. It becomes even stronger. So this is at a point when the afflictions arise, but they are rendered powerless. So then it says, without even trying, self-luminous mind is at work. So it refers to the spontaneous enlightened activities. So when one always abides within a state of meditation, of clarity and emptiness, then naturally for one's own purpose one attains the royal seat of the Dharmakaya, and for the purpose of others one naturally will always bring about great benefits to others. Only within a state of meditation, from within that state, we, for example, accomplish the 4 enlightened activities. We benefit all sentient beings in the 6 realms. So as we mentioned previously, a yogi who has realized selflessness and abides in meditation simultaneously pervades all the Pure Lands and all sentient beings in samsara, and benefits countless sentient beings, establishing them on the path to liberation all at the same time. So at this time we accomplish the purpose, the dual purpose of self and others simultaneously and effortlessly. And so in terms of practicing virtue, there's contaminated virtue and uncontaminated virtue. So a contaminated or conceptual virtue, for example, with the body is to go on a pilgrimage or circumambulations or prostrations and so on. With the speech, for instance, it is to recite prayers or the Mani mantra and so on. And then what is most important, however, is the mind. So within the mind there is the concept of the creation stage, visualizations and so on. But then what is of the highest, the greatest virtue, in fact, is to meditate within a state of emptiness and compassion. The Buddha himself said in the Great Liberation Sutra, it is of great benefit to save the lives of all the countless sentient beings of the three realms in samsara, but it is of even greater benefit to them to meditate within a state of equipoise for one moment, because in this way, through the ultimate truth, we cause countless sentient beings to recognize the ultimate truth. For example, if one person looks at themselves, at their own body, you might think that I am this person who sits here and meditates. But it is really not true. Actually, even within your body, there are millions of like life forms, little bacteria and so on, that even scientists can see. And when you attain enlightenment, then also they attain enlightenment. And if you do not attain enlightenment, then also they will experience difficulties later in the bardo. So it is said that there is 1,200,000 of those bacteria in one's body, and when you attain enlightenment, then they all at the same time attain enlightenment. So we can see that the meditation is of inconceivable benefit to all the sentient beings in the three realms.
문제들 로아를 생기 탑지 마다도 로라 도바나 요거는 나쁘지 않고 내가 나쁘지 않고 요는 도서가 하는 게 진짜 답정이 가게 가이구나야 자기 싫어 나빠서 내 성질 실제로 나쁘지 않고 요는 시야 소라들이 세지 쳐요 말이 또 사실 세지 나쁘지 않아 세지 나쁘지 않아 말이 세지 나쁘지 않아 세지 나쁘지 않아 가는 휘임을 셈 찌르겠어. 나중에 이런 말이었어. 나중에 매회 따라다 유비에시에는 나를 가해지에 풀참 비는 거였어. 때는 며칠 말 나고네요. 사사들이 저발이 뒤는 똑같아. 나중에 매회는 피파까지 돌아오면서 보려면 피파까지 자기 본다면 싫어. 얘 마시는 따뜻하다. 이게 가서 우리들이 저기는 이거 받으면 나를 내 힘을 더 서서가지고 대담 하고 온다고 뭐 이걸 이렇게 하면서 나도 뭐라면 이메일이나 조금 다 있지요. 조금씩 와서 하는 게 차이고 이 하고는 딱 원칙이 상징적 청적 체계가 이제 좀 특징이잖아요. 자신은 힘들어 매니저를 배용으로 독도도 또 유무과를 했잖아. 대따로 생각해서 그래요. 로아를 좀 유무과 뜻받으러 말아. 이동에 사실은 상징의 뜻받으러 말아. 생기게 받아라. 버티는 몸동하고 너지는 몸동을 같이 가는 거야. 이 생기게 받아. 대대를 지키고 따스한 일이고 재밌고 지금 보다도 되면 이식을 시작하고 우리 문제는 착착이고 어디가 착착이고 이 마시고 다 있는 게 진짜 착착이고 나리고 같은 예비를 거지 재미있게 가지 이 재미있게 하고 착 이지를 보니까 이 사진을 그래서 그걸 그래 좀 있어요. 너무 제외해서 본인 문제 손을 대화하게 너무 치수해 그래서 본인 감이야 본인 편에서 라사를 도움이 되냐가 나를 라사를 되는 게 도와주는 책임을 보고 있어.
So it says here these activities to benefit beings is accomplished effortlessly, and so there are many ways to understand that. So, for example, there are we talk about the 6 realms of samsara, of which we can see the humans and the animals, and no one who has a body can keep their bodies. Even a human being cannot do that. The body is not really in our hands. We fall ill, we get sick through the force of karma, we die in many different ways, and there's nothing that anybody can do about that. We cannot keep this body. And then when the body dies, however, the mind does not die. So it is important that we therefore pay more attention to our mind, that mind pays more attention to itself. So from the perspective of the ultimate truth, there's only one mind. There is no self and other. So when we talk about karma, we say that when you harm others, karma will ripen back upon you. For example, when we eat the meat of others, when, like an animal, for example, we eat beef or so, we say that no negative karma will ripen from that as a result. But actually, from an ultimate level, it is even more clear, because when we harm the body of others, it is like harming our own body, because self and others are inseparable. And then those beings who cannot yet comprehend that, they first follow the path of pratimoksha, where they are introduced to karma, and where we say, when you harm others, karma will ripen. But actually, the ripening of karma becomes really clear from the ultimate perspective, because ultimately, self and others are inseparable. So harming others is like harming yourself, because we are one. So understanding that, you should give rise to love and compassion, the four immeasurables. If you even give rise to compassion a single time, it is like pouring medicine into the ocean of the single mind. If you give rise to one affliction, it is like pouring poison into the ocean of the single mind. So therefore, if you cultivate compassion, you benefit all sentient beings. If you are afflicted, you are harming all sentient beings. And that is because there's only one affliction. There's only one mind. The mind of an insect, the mind of a person is exactly the same. Their afflictions, their suffering is the same. So trusting in that, you should cultivate the four immeasurables. And as a result of that, slowly you will realize non-duality. And then realizing non-duality, your mind pervades all of samsara and nirvana. But for as long as there is a self, the mind cannot pervade samsara and nirvana. So slowly you practice the cultivation of emptiness and compassion, which is the greatest benefit you can bring to others. So here it says, not stuck in expecting results, I'm doing okay. So there's no hope or fear, there's no wish to attain, when will I attain enlightenment and when will I benefit sentient beings. The result is here right now. So it says, no dualism, no hopes and fears. So why is there no hope and no fear? It is because one realizes that ultimately there is no self and other, no duality. Knowing that, everything becomes very easy. There's no hope and no fear because there is no self and other. So one is always very happy. So it says delusion is wisdom. So delusion becomes wisdom. delusion is the various thoughts and emotions that arise, and wisdom is mindfulness, awareness that recognizes these, and that actually is always present together with the thoughts that arise. So Milarepa said, in the context of non-meditation, the state of non-meditation is that the thoughts transform into wisdom. Thoughts being wisdom being like fire, and thoughts being transforming the force of the thoughts. So the wisdom transforms, it burns away the force of those thoughts and renders them powerless. So the thoughts, the delusions themselves arise and manifest as wisdom.
라고 나한테 기대대로 못하는 남들 나는 내 나한테 세우는 대로 나는 몸이 대로 대로 남들 같아요. 대도 소화하는 게 나는 뭐 참수나 뭐 이치를 찾고 뭐 이치를 찾고 때 보통 내가 대화 서로 아주 그런 대화돼. 이체를 가지고 그리고 너무나 스토리장 맞아 용어를 잡아내서 그래서 가비는 것에 되고 있어요. 지금 당시에 내려때 제가 다니고 하고 내려때 주체를 가지고 하고 주체를 말하는 네 네들은 그래서 아까 가는 거 제가 지금 가는 거
And then next it says, someone who rests in the act of self-recognition and is therefore in contact with basic reality, this is a yogi and happy at any time. So a yogi is someone who recognizes the nature of their mind and then also always abides within this nature. Then whatever arises, happiness and suffering, whatever thoughts arise, will arise as wisdom to them. And that is the state of unchanging great bliss. So the actual nature of the mind is very blissful, continuously. And in the Samantabhadra prayer it says, even if the three worlds were to be destroyed, there is no fear, there is no attachment to the five desirables of sense pleasures. So in such a state one is always happy. When you recognize the nature of the mind and then always remain within this state, you will not experience any difficulty in this and all future lifetimes. You will always be happy.
就像是普贤王如来祈愿当中所说的，在此境界当中不需要贪着好的结果，也不需要去恐惧坏的结果。
这술에 난 나를 그런데 가는 없잖아. 하늘이 얼마나 이렇게 내도 소가 나니다. 저 안하면 내가 되었지. 내도 마음을 영어로 이유심이 상태라 마사다 동에 긴담을 해보고요. 일단은 난 생각된 가에 능력이 좋나? 능력이 좋은 맛을 찌서도 동해요. 뭐 반응이 가지. 하늘 애들 남의 애들 나가는 거야. 다케 어디스. 내가 믿을 다케 어디. 이 맛에 민주도 그냥 돈이 동네. 동네는 대야 대화 좀 하고. 내가 좋은 정치고 이 좋고 그래. 대화를 대화는 뭐 대화는 대화 제가 방법을 아무리 주기자 사서 지금은 봐봐 보면 또 그거를 대외적 대화를 내가 그때도 눈에 다니 채점이 거래. 여기 이어서 다 채점이 거래. 그래서 지금 내가 오늘 이제 학원 뒤에서 많이 채점봐. 마음과 눈을 이제 빵쳐봐. 내가 이제 겹치 봐. 그래서 나도 그 느끼고 가지고 내면 이거를 대외를 내가 필요하다. 자속 대화 상대가 방상치 내가 필요하지는 딱 같은 본심을 대화를 하면 누구를 자속 상대지 공학 속도 필요해. 대외는 전부 대롭치는 애들을 지지 왔다. 나는 생각한 것보다 유모가 라는 게 싫어하거든요. 싫었던 문제에서는 넣어서 봐야지. 하던 사고에서 넣어서 다들 찍고요. 일단 그냥 뭐 그만 거야. 그건 말라. 그래서 里面些强的，才是差最多高，他希望传递朋友的，也可以做深入。
又是做那个，接受那个
正确。
哦，那是。
有些高潮的啦，譬如他这些他的，那会或者一直到是我的那个，像干嘛可行动。
那是。常常念这个。
And so, who is it in this world actually who has accomplished that? Such a yogi. It seems like such a person does not really exist. In this world, it seems that there's all kinds of experiences, happiness and suffering, as a result of various actions and karmas we have committed in past lives. For example, even we see on spiritual masters experience illness and suffering and all sorts of negative circumstances. But then what is significant is what happens within their mind, whether or not they suffer within their mind. So on the one hand, such a yogi is able to tolerate the difficulty. They know that this is the result of my own karma, and in this way I'm purifying it. And also, they take it as an opportunity to practice Donglen, taking on the suffering of others. And in this way, transforming suffering into happiness, transforming faults into good qualities. So this is why such a yogi is always happy, no matter what happens. And so, as a result of practicing in such a way, for one's own purpose, one will attain the royal seat of Dharmakaya, and for the purpose of others, one will benefit them for as long as samsara exists. So from the one perspective, this yogi will be able to tolerate the difficulties, and they will be able to practice the causes of virtue. This is why they are always happy. They also they possess the eyes of karma, of knowing what to do and what not to do. And that will lead to the temporary benefit and the ultimate happiness. Temporary benefit is to attain the birth in the 3 higher realms continuously in future lives, and the ultimate happiness is to attain enlightenment ultimately. So such a yogi is always happy because they have realized the nature of their mind and fully trust in karma. So because of mindfulness and compassion, they are able to overcome all kinds of thoughts, afflictions and suffering. So for this reason, they are happy now and ultimately. So in the end, we will read the remainder of the text in Chinese and in English, also especially for those who will not be able to listen in tomorrow. So they have also received the entire text.
那活学会在这边是不是有什么样的规划？关于这些道歌要怎么样操持？你们的意思是说按照你们的规划去做？
就是要唱诵吗？要唱诵。那我们先吟唱第5页6问，我们就是松松的唱就好了，不用很大声，松松的唱就是第16问。
Because I was going to read it in there, right? And then while I was chanting.
So I will read the remainder of the text in English. Someone who rests in the act of self-recognition and is therefore in contact with basic reality. This is a yogi and happy at any time. Someone like this is a yogi and always content. A Dharma practitioner chasing after delusion, caught up in creating a wealth of suffering. This is a person unhappy at any time. This is a person who is always miserable. Someone who rests in a state which is not artificial, is unchanging and pure in the midst of whatever occurs. This is a yogi and happy at any time. Someone like this is a yogi and always content. For a Dharma practitioner caught in events and reacting, likes and dislikes pile up all by themselves. This is a person unhappy at any time. This is a person who is always miserable. Someone who has realized appearance of Dharmakaya, has cut through the hopes and the fears and the hesitations. This is a yogi and happy at any time. Someone like this is a yogi and always content. A Dharma practitioner careless and full of pretenses and not on top of the 8 worldly dharmas at all. This is a person unhappy at any time. This is a person who is always miserable. Someone who knows that everything is mind, is able to use whatever appears as a resource. This is a yogi and happy at any time. Someone like this is a yogi and always content. A Dharma practitioner lost in this life's distractions will find a great deal to regret at the time of death. This is a person unhappy at any time. This is a person who is always miserable. Someone who has mastered a measure of realization can settle in natural mind's natural presence. This is a yogi and happy at any time. Someone like this is a yogi and always content. A Dharma practitioner shackled in lots of desires, who is self-indulgent and scrounging for attention. This is a person unhappy at any time. This is a person who is always miserable. The one for whom labels are freed on the spot where they are forming has an unbroken flow of insightful experiences. This is a yogi and happy at any time. Someone like this is a yogi and always content. A Dharma practitioner caught in conventional terms will not gain conclusive discernment applying to mind. This is a person unhappy at any time. This is a person who is always miserable. Someone who has given up worldly pursuits and involvement is free of self-interest and narrow-minded objectives. This is a yogi and happy at any time. Someone like this is a yogi and always content. A Dharma person whose struggle is geared to provisions, whose only perspective is caring for family and friends. This is a person unhappy at any time. This is a person who is always miserable. Someone who has turned from attachment from within with the realization that everything is illusion. This is a yogi and happy at any time. Someone like this is a yogi and always content. A Dharma practitioner taking a path of distraction sells his own body and speech into slavery. This is a person unhappy at any time. This is a person who is always miserable. Someone who rides on the horse of diligence will go through the levels and travel all freedom's paths. This is a yogi and happy at any time. Someone like this is a yogi and always content. A Dharma practitioner shackled in laziness will sink like an anchor into the brine of samsara. This is a person unhappy at any time. This is a person who is always miserable. Someone who has listened, reflected, and cut hesitation, then contemplates the panorama of mind. This is a yogi and happy at any time. Someone like this is a yogi and always content. A Dharma practitioner claiming to practice the Dharma, whose way of behaving is really a case of wrongdoing. This is a person unhappy at any time. This is a person who is always miserable. Someone who is cut through the hoping and fearing and doubting, and rests in the natural state without interruption. This is a yogi and happy at any time. Someone like this is a yogi and always content. A Dharma practitioner led by the nose by the others, who flatters and humors them just to get their applause. This is a person unhappy at any time. This is a person who is always miserable. Someone who has left the cares of this life behind and is always engaged in practicing excellent Dharma. This is a yogi and happy at any time. Someone like this is a yogi and always content. Not separating appearance and emptiness. This is the view as mastered as it can be. Not seeing dreams and day as differing. This is as meditation as it can be. Not bliss and emptiness seen as differing, this is conduct as mastered as it can be. Not seeing the here and hereafter as differing, this is their nature as mastered as it can be. Not seeing mind and space as differing, this is as dharmakaya as it can be. When pleasure and pain are not two different things, this is instruction as mastered as it can be. Not seeing affliction and wisdom as differing, this is as full as realization can be. Not seeing your mind and Buddha as differing, this is as full of fruition as it can be. Right here in this world, Jambudvipam, the victor's realm, there is one renowned as being a second Buddha. On the victory banner of teaching, that do not set, he is like the crowning jewel at the very top, respected by all and worthy of offerings. The melodious sound of his rippling flag of fame reverberates in every direction around. Is this not the Lord and accomplished Master Maitripa? There is one who served at his lotus feet with respect and drank the full draughts of quintessential elixir, the Mahamudra, the crowning point of view. This put him in touch with reality, plain and simple. He perfectly brought all excellent qualities forth, and was not defiled by any fault at all. And so got the emanation in human form, the greatest of beings, Lord Marpa, taught like this. However appearances might appear outside, not realized are delusory projections. Clinging to objects, that is what ties you down. For those who know, they are illusory appearance. For them, what appear to be objects are mind's resource. In the end, in fact, there is no such thing as appearance, and being unborn Dharmakaya is utterly pure. He taught of its sacredness in the unborn Dharmakaya. The workings of rational consciousness inside, not realized, are ignorance itself. This is the root of all karma and all affliction. If realized, is self-awareness wisdom. Here is where positive qualities spring full-blown. In the end, in fact, there is no such thing as wisdom. Let phenomena go as far as they go and no more. This is as far as they go and no more, he said. This skandha form compulsively taken on, not realized, is four elements making a body. Sickness and suffering, this is what comes from that. If realized, it's a deity's union body. To replace the common assumption you entertain, in the end, in fact, there is no such thing as body. It's as rarefied as a cloud-free sky, he taught. Is pure as a cloud-free sky is what he taught. Apparition of male and female demons and ghouls, for as long as your guise has not been seen through Amara, obstacle makers who nothing but trouble spell. If the guise is seen through obstructors or dharmapalas, as a hotbed of siddhis, of such a variety, in the end, in fact, there are neither gods nor goblins. Let concepts go as far as they go and no more. This is as far as they go and no more, he said. In the ultimate jnana, to put it in general terms, through the Anuttara Yoga of secret mantra, when a dhatu condensation with nadia lines, the forms of spirits are seen outside, he taught. Not knowing these self-expressions are not what they seem, but thinking they are true will get you precisely nowhere. There was a time confusion made my head spin. Knowing no better, I built a nest of delusion, taking gods that help and spirits that harm as true. But now, through the Jetsun Siddha's guidance so kind, I see stopping samsara and winning nirvana won't do. I've caught on that whatever appears is Mahamudra. Through realizing delusion to have no ground, the water moon of awareness shines unblurred. The sun of luminosity free of clouds lights up the darkness of ignorance out to its brink. My spinning head of confusion spins no more. A glimmer of basic being glows within. How precious now the idea of seeing a ghost. It reveals the unborn source, how strange and amazing. For the mind that masters view, the emptiness dawns. In the content seen, not even an atom exists. A seer and seen, refined until they're gone. This way of realizing view, it works quite well. When meditation is clear light river flow, there is no sea to confine it to sessions and breaks. Meditate an object refined until they're gone. This heartbone of meditation, it beats quite well. When you are sure that conduct's work is luminous light, and you are sure that interdependence is emptiness, a doer and deed, refined until they are gone. This way of working with conduct, it works quite well. When biased thinking has vanished into space, no phony facades, 8 dharmas, nor hopes and fears, a keeper and kept, refined until they are gone. This way of keeping samaya, it works quite well. When you have finally discovered your mind is Dharmakaya and you are really doing yourself and others good, a winner and one, refined until they are gone. This way of winning results, it works quite well. To cut through exaggeration from within, is this not the view that not spoiled by any extreme? Dress it in scriptures, adorn it with reasoning, and this will serve as its special embellishment. When into the Dharmakaya thoughts resolve, is this not a self-immersion meditation? Dress it up in the realm of experience, and this will serve as its special embellishment. The sixfold collection purified where it stands, is this not the conduct that goes with equal taste? Dress it up in the sense of timing that's right, and this will serve as its special embellishment. When experiences in emptiness, bliss well up, is this not the point of whispering lineage instruction? Dress it in 4 empowering abhishekas, and this will serve as its special embellishment.
Mani